He's making his investments talk. Business Standard. She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard. He's making his investments talk. Business Standard. She'll soon be quoted on the front page. Business Standard. He's making his investments talk.
Good evening, everybody.
Business Standard.
First of all, I would request everybody to
She'll
please
soon
put
be
your phones
quoted
on
on the
mute.
front page.
Hello and welcome to this special
Business
evening
Standard.
with Business Standard. The discussions today will be around an ambitious project of projects called Gati-Shakti, the coming together of pace and power. It is an initiative that intends to reshape how India approaches infrastructure development. Government ministries and departments are often seen as working in silos. The Gati-Shakti initiative aims to break down those silos and ensure that the left hand knows what the right hand is doing on infrastructure projects crisscrossing the length and breadth of the country. At the heart of it is collaboration among ministries and departments in the center, the states, and the union territories. And the goal is to optimize efficiency, reduce costs, and bring down, ideally prevent, project overruns. In doing so, it also hopes to make a social impact. This evening, we'll have two panel discussions on the subject. The first one will look at Gati-Shakti through the prism of policymakers, and the second will focus on the hopes and aspirations of infra players from this initiative. We will also have a fireside chat with Mr. Piyush Goyal, Minister for Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Textiles. I would now like to invite Business Standard Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobhal, to please come on stage and launch the Business Standard Gati-Shakti Connect.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Yeah. Welcome to this special Business Standard event, the Gati-Shakti Connect. Sometime in late 2000s, one of the themes of the Davos session was implementing India, simply implementing India. The thought behind it was simple. Everyone knows what the country's problems are, and even the solutions are often very obvious. Just that no one gets down to doing what is needed to fix what's needed fixing. So in some sense, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi envisaged Gati-Shakti National Master Plan is a clarion call for doing what everyone knows needs to be done, which is a promise to break barriers and demolish silos within and between ministries, between government departments, across center and states, and increasingly between public and private-led infrastructure endeavors. The core idea of Gati-Shakti is simple. Integrate data from key government departments during the project's implementation, conceptualization, preempting potential hurdles, and ensuring seamless project execution without delays. The Gati-Shakti aims are laudable and unexceptionable, which is to plug connectivity gaps, enhance business competitiveness, attract foreign investments, and boost economic growth. My colleague Vinu has already spoken about as to how we are divided this evening. First, we're going to have a panel with the government point of view through the prism of policymakers. Thereafter, we'll have another panel with the business guys on the hopes and aspirations of infra players. And to finally top up the evening, we'll hear the prognosis from the minister himself, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Textiles. May I now invite the Master of Ceremonies and my colleague Vinu Sandhu back on stage. Over to you, Vinu.
We'll begin with the first panel discussion now, looking at Gati-Shakti through the prism of policymakers. Among the talking points will be the making of the policy, how it has shaped up, the challenges faced, and what are the expectations. I would request the panelists to please come on stage. We have with us Ms. Sumita Daura, Special Secretary Logistics, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. DPIIT is the nodal department for Gati-Shakti. We also have with us Mr. Amritlal Meena, Secretary, Ministry of Coal. Mr. Meena has also been involved in Gati-Shakti at the policy level. Moderating the discussion will be Business Standard Executive Editor, Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee.
A very warm welcome to both of you to Gati-Shakti Connect. It's a pleasure that you're here to talk about your insights into this great flagship scheme of this government, Gati-Shakti. I'll begin with Ms. Daura. Ms. Daura is a 1991 batch Andhra Pradesh cadre IAS officer. And if you had to describe Gati Shakti in one sentence, that would really explain the essence of things, how would you do it?
Okay. Can I use adjectives?
Of course.
Okay. I would see, after looking after the Gati Shakti program all this while, I would say definitely a remarkable initiative, a transformational approach to planning next-gen infrastructure to bring about ease of doing business, ease of living, and ease of logistics.
That's a good one. You've described it well. You've really set the tone for the evening's proceedings. Mr. Meena, how would you describe Gati Shakti? You have been associated with Gati Shakti at DPIIT Logistics earlier, before your stint as Coal Secretary now. How would you describe Gati Shakti that would really explain things to people?
I, in the beginning, used to tell my team, Gati is growth accelerating trustworthy infrastructure. This is for our understanding, but for anybody's understanding, GATI is growth accelerating trustworthy infrastructure through systematic and holistic approach for transporting and innovation. So this is how we used to understand, and these were our guiding principles to begin with.
Thank you. So out of the 7 pillars of Gati Shakti, which ones do you think have really, done well? Any assessment there? This question is to both of you.
Okay, now I can see these are really tough questions, and then a lot of research has been done. You see, I would say, and I say this with all honesty, the Gati Shakti, as it has panned out, as it has evolved, there is not one pillar, but several pillars which we see have come into play. It's a comprehensive approach because it holistically looks at planning of infrastructure. It involves, like you yourself said, your compere said, that whole of government approach. All the ministries, all the states, union territories, they converge onto this planning tool, this geospatial technology is utilized, leveraged upon. We are able to, while planning, look at the intersections, we are able to visualize it, and therefore we are able to plan better, we are able to prioritize the projects so that we take up projects where there is more demand. It's a demand-driven approach. So you name the principle, and I will give you an example of how all the pillars have come into play, whether it's comprehensiveness, optimizing the alignments, prioritizing the works, synchronizing the infrastructure works of various ministries so that there is no duplication of infrastructure, and disruptions are minimized. What do we mean by that? If there is a forest area, for instance, or a power line and a road intersection, the disruptions are minimized. So briefly, these are the pillars, and I see them all activated. Thank you.
Mr. Meena, your thoughts on this?
See, I fully agree with Sumita ji. I would like to add that the working together philosophy of Gati Shakti, wherein through the existing institutional arrangements which have been incorporated under the Gati-Shakti, that is the network planning group, wherein with the DPIT being the coordinator and all infrastructure, 7 ministries being members in that. And they look at project of each and every of them. Suppose there is a project coming from railways. Now road will look, telecom, power, everyone will look at the alignment and see if there are any intersections, if there are any issues which can be implemented together. So this institutional framework under Gati-Shakti has brought in that convergence and coordination. Coupled with it is the National Master Plan, the digital platform. So informations are available in front of all the decision makers and all the PNR. So this digital National Master Plan and the institutional arrangement taken together, working together, has been bringing significant efficiency gains.
As people who are at the center of it all, what are the kind of challenges and hurdles that you faced while planning or executing Gati-Shakti? Are there any examples?
Okay. As bureaucrats, we love challenges. And I would also say as a bureaucrat, I feel more motivated to work. So challenges have been welcome and they are natural. First of all, the Gati-Shakti concept itself, having to demystify that is very important. Secondly, bringing all stakeholders on board. As of now, 39 ministries, departments of Government of India have onboarded with their data. 36 states and union territories, all the union territories and states of the country have onboarded completely with their data. Then there's the question of quality of the data. There's the question of the authenticity of the data. There's the question of developing tools to use that data. And then there's the question of bringing outputs and outcomes. And I'm very pleased to say that today we can demonstrate to you any one of these aspects where you may say, okay, what is the, you can even ask me an outcome, not just an output. Because we have ministries which have joined at different points in time. So have the states. So the early people who joined, the early stakeholders, they have more to showcase. And as the others are also catching up. So it's a constantly evolving scenario where challenges keep shifting. But today the variety and scale of Gati-Shakti, which is being showcased, is helping us deal with these challenges with more ease than before. So I would say that the initial critical minimum effort which was required to get this moving and where Sir was also very critically involved, I think we have gone past that today. Thank you.
Yeah, I was coming to that Mr. Meena, you were there where Ms. Davra is now. So at that time, it was just starting off. Were the challenges more, and did you face many challenges from some opposition states?
See, it was completely new concept. So central ministries as well as states, to take them along was a Herculean task. So Bhaskaracharya Institute of Space Applications and Geoinformatics, who has developed this National Master Plan, they, with the DPIT, we undertook extensive interaction in the training program with the state governments and central ministries. We involved all of them. We tried to show them as to what this NMP is, how it is going to help them. So it took many rounds of capacity building and the orientation trainings through which they came. Initially, some of the states felt that what is this new initiative, how it is going to help them in terms of getting extra resources, because one of the propelling factor is getting extra resources. So slowly, under the special central assistance component, there was a window of rupees 5,000 crore as a special central assistance to PM Gati-Shakti related institutional and projects. So that helped a lot for bringing all the states together. So training, capacity building, talking to them, looking at their concerns was area which took a lot of time. But once the central ministries and states realized its importance, then everybody happily not only adopted, but got their capacities built. Now under guidance of DPIIT, all important infrastructure ministries has dedicated cells, trained manpowers. They have gone to BISAC, personally looked at an MP, and extensively using it. So it has taken time, but now adoption is quite commendable.
Now that you're outside of the core Gati-Shakti ministry, does it look a bit different from the outside? And would you have dealt with it differently, had you known the outside perspective?
See, it's very important question because I, after having joined Ministry of Coal about 10 months back, took stock of what was being told by DPIIT to different ministries and the level of adoption. So from the perspective of user, it is very important that the user ministry, state government needs to know the importance of this platform and this coordination mechanism. Then only one can get true benefit out of it. So that continues to be, priority and challenge for all ministries. As far as coal is concerned, in PM Gati-Shakti, as you know, the cabinet approval is PM Gati-Shakti National Master Plan for providing multimodal connectivity to economic zones in the country. So, from the perspective of coal ministry, economic zones are our coal producing areas. There are 11 coal fields in the country in the eastern states, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. So, our coal demand is going up year by year since the power for growing economy requirement is more, so we need more coal. But the railway infrastructure, primarily coal is evacuated through the railway. That infrastructural augmentation has not been attempted at that pace. Say for example, in the year 2014, we were producing less than 600 million ton, 578 million ton of the coal, but now country is producing 892 million ton last year, and this year about 1012 million ton. So for that coal to be evaluated, there has to be augmentation of the rail infrastructure. So under PM Gati-Shakti, from user's perspective, as the Gati-Shakti says, that all the economic zones have to be mapped onto the National Master Plan, and the requirement of those economic zones has to be examined, and the gaps are to be identified. So when we plot all our 11 coal fields and the existing railway network, the gaps were evident, that these are major producing area, 2030, Odisha and Chhattisgarh will contribute more than Jharkhand. So these are the areas where we need to have extra railway lines, maybe tripling of the railway lines, maybe rail over rail. So all this, when we undertook this exercise as user ministry, as economic zone, then those gaps were evident, and through the institutional mechanism of network planning group, all those projects have been identified. And Ministry of Railway have taken most of the projects into their further action plan for implementation. So the capacity of evacuation which was available earlier, now it is getting augmented. So our 2030 requirement, our 2047 requirement, infrastructure to meet transportation need of that period has now been planned. It has been possible only because of this Gati-Shakti framework and the resources being made available extra.
Thanks. Ms. Daura, you've listened to this, and user ministries have, certain observations, so I'm sure you are at it all the time. Is there anything that you would like to share with the audience on that? This interaction between user ministry and the core policymakers.
Right. First of all, Sir has very, nicely explained the whole interaction from his point of view. And the remarkable thing about the Gati-Shakti approach, when we say it brings the whole of government together, if we unpack this term, what do we mean, brings the whole of government together? There is the network planning group, where all the infrastructure ministries are members. We meet every 2 weeks at least, And all the big ticket infrastructure projects of Government of India come to the table in the NPG, Network Planning Group. And we look at the project, for example, railway line, sir has just said. If we look at the Bhadrak Vijayanagaram third freight line, there is already there's a doubling of the rail line, but it is being overutilized because of the coal movement, because of the movement of raw materials related to steel in Kalinganagar. There's the Talcher coal field. And because of this heavy movement of bulk commodities, a third freight corridor, a third freight line was required from Bhadrak to Vijayanagaram. Now, how does this one simple example which I'm giving showcase a different revolutionary way of planning? I'd like to attempt that. Talcher coal fields, the coal comes by road to the rail. Kalinganagar, the steel related raw materials go in, the finished product comes out. So the road connectivity to the rail connectivity to the inland waterway and to Paradip port. From Paradip port, coastal shipping all the way down to Visakhapatnam, Chennai. Coal goes there to the thermal plants, to manufacturing centers. Similarly, the ports, apart from Paradip, there is also, like I said, Visakhapatnam and a lot of other ports in between, Chennai. There is the movement of raw material. At the same time, this third freight line from Bhadrak to Vijayanagaram, it supplements the coastal shipping, and it gives a third rail connectivity all the way to Vijayanagaram, Visakhapatnam and down south. So this is how multimodal connectivity has been brought about by one infrastructure project which was planned in the network planning group, where the Ministry of Shipping, Ports, Inland Waterways gave their inputs, the Ministry of Road gave their inputs, Railway Ministry was there, we had Environment Ministry, and this is how convergence approach was brought to make sure that the requirements of the different sectors are met. And very recently, the network planning group looked at another very interesting project, which is again in the same area. It's a railway line to Bhadrachalam. Again, it will facilitate the movement of coal and raw materials, aluminium, bauxite, limestone, there's cement units over there. So this entire multimodal connectivity, which brings about ease of logistics, reduces our logistics cost, makes us more competitive globally. We talk about Make in India. We talk about Make in India for the world. We want to attract global value chains. It's very important that the logistics cost is competitive if we are to be competitive globally.
Yeah, you've described it very well. You've also mentioned about the meetings that you have on Gati-Shakti. I read somewhere that you've had more than 15 meetings in the last 1.5 years. So if you could give us a glimpse into those meetings, how do you discuss things in that meeting? How do decisions happen? Can you just talk a bit, both of you?
Okay, so the network planning group is chaired by DPIIT, so the special secretary chairs that. It's an eye-opener because you see all the big infrastructure projects come and they showcase the great scale at which infrastructure investment is being planned in the country. We know about the historic capex push in the country. We know about the outlay in the union budget, latest union budget. We know about our vision to be a developed country by 2047. Infrastructure is a growth engine. The investments are coming in big time. Making sure that they're planned properly. That's what the network planning group does. Making sure that we get value for money from these investments. And in these meetings, we have a remarkable insight into the, let's say, the outer ring roads which are being planned for big cities to decongest them. Today we were, just a while before this, we were talking about the outer ring road for Bengaluru, which took some time, but after the Gati-Shakti approach, the entire planning is completed, giving connectivity to the movement of commodities, to the defense corridors, to the SCZs, to the national highways in the vicinity, to completely decongest Bengaluru. Not to mention the multimodal logistics park in Bengaluru, which requires road, rail connectivity in order to effectively aggregate the products and distribute them further. At the same time, we also look at projects pertaining to, let's say, power, telecom. This amazing example from Department of Telecom, they had planned their power lines, they had planned their optic fiber cables and their telecom assets on the Gati-Shakti portal, and when they saw it, they discovered that there were 30,000 villages where there was scope for 4G saturation. So that they discovered through visualization on the Gati-Shakti portal, and now they are planning to take it all up using again the road network which they can visualize, which is the nearest point to the road, so that they can put up telecom towers. And similarly, the petroleum natural gas pipeline grid in the northeast, the solar generation 13 gigawatt in Ladakh, where the distribution line comes all the way down to Kaithal in Haryana, planning that distribution line so that it doesn't interfere with the movement of oversized cargo on the road below, and it reduces the forest area coverage. So all these aspects of planning are seen in the network planning group, and it's always an enriching exercise to be able to see the projects there. I have been able to give you just the tip of the iceberg, but I hope.
So how long are these meetings?
Oh, well, it's like the longest movie I've seen recently.
Really?
So that was Oppenheimer. So,
Okay.
so
Okay,
yeah,
that says a lot.
3 hours, 3.5 hours. Yeah. We need to, it takes that much time. Yeah.
Mr. Meena, any secrets that you want to tell us about?
I would just like to add what Smita ji has mentioned, just to give the audience an understanding of these meetings. Suppose alignment of Kolkata-Varanasi expressway is to be finalized. So what is required to take a decision is a straight line is drawn between Kolkata and Varanasi. Now there is a digital platform on which all railway networks are there. The future planned railway lines are also there. Entire forest coverage is there. All habitations are there. Or telecom towers, gas pipelines, all possible information is available on this GIS-based platform. So when this line is drawn and these informations are called out one by one, then one is able to see as to where this straight line is intercepting a forest area. Now planner can little bit diversion, they can avoid the forest clearance. If there is an habitation or a series of habitations coming, little bit diversion can avoid those habitations. The cost of land acquisition and possible delays in getting clearances will be reduced. So this is how that digital platform, when all 7-8 ministries sit together and look at it, it is very appropriate decision is taken, and thereafter when the project goes in implementation, then the unforeseen delays which would have normally been there are reduced. So this is very, very effective institutional arrangement. From the perspective of coal, say for example, now Chhattisgarh is about 200 million ton plus coal producing state, but the entire coal from Chhattisgarh is transported through the old Kolkata, Bilaspur, Mumbai railway line or Bilaspur Katni railway line. That railway line carries 236 trains to and fro in 24 hours. So any additional augmentation by way of additional rakes is next to impossible. So through this system, parallel bypass railway lines have been conceived, and then funding arrangements are there. So new railway lines are being constructed. This is being done in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, all 3 states. So in times to come, by 2030, when our production ramps up, we'll have parallel lines, independent of the passenger trains. So the evacuation of coal and other minerals would become very easy.
Yes, sure.
Since you spoke about these meetings and you said more than 50, I'd like to put the number right. We've had 54 meetings of the network planning group. It's a
Wow.
very important institutional mechanism to carry forward the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. And I'm going to say something which I haven't spoken to yet in any press note. We have looked at 100 projects in the last 1.5 years, and it's a round figure of 100, and the value is 6 lakh crore rupees plus, because I'm not counting the energy corridor of the railways. This is what has happened in the network planning group meetings, which are very intensive, like I just told you. Secondly, I would also like to just state very briefly how the concept has evolved in these 1.5 years from optimum alignment of a project to connectivity, so that, like Sir said, all the economic nodes along the way are connected optimally, to a area development approach, which is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, really, that every infrastructure work should give both economic and social connectivity and bring about a comprehensive development for the area, whether it is for places of tourism or schools being connected, hospitals being given connectivity, Anganwadis. There are more than 10 lakh Anganwadis we've mapped to identify the last mile connectivity issues, the gaps or gap in giving power to a school, and so on and so forth. So it's both economic, social, translating into an area development approach. Thank you.
Yeah, since you mentioned social sector, you've had a background in social sector when you were in Andhra Pradesh. You've dealt with that area, and along with that urban development, and also you have that international exposure. You were in China for some years, and you've watched the economic scene there. How do you bring all that experience together when you're working on Gati-Shakti?
Okay, you see, when it comes to our experience, Sir would also, he's also worked in the districts, and so have I. We both realize how important it is to give the last mile connectivity, or the first mile connectivity to a school, for instance, in a remote area. Where should the location of the next Anganwadi be? How to use data-based decision making rather than having local considerations impacting the decision of a policy maker or the government on where should we have the next purchase center for food grains, for instance. So all this is now, we're being sensitized to that need. I think it brings that experience very well into the Gati-Shakti approach when we talk about area development, areas of tourist interest, and how it generates a lot of employment for youth in the region, for the service sector in the region, for construction activity, for different kinds of economic growth and development. Similarly, economic centers, of course, one is well aware that we have more than 4,500 industrial parks in the country. We have SEZs, connecting the hinterland to the ports as gateways for EXIM, export and import. So one understands that. And coming to my China experience, when I was there, something I heard very often was China has very strong supply chains. And I would hear that everywhere, but nobody would really explain it to me. Of course, I saw the connectivity, and I saw the ports, and I saw the logistics aspect. Now, you see, attracting supply chains is a matter of attracting investments. And it's not just supply chains, it's also global value chains. And this is a continuum. When there is manufacturing, you need the raw material movement. Some of it comes domestically, some of it may come from outside. When you've manufactured the products, they go within the country or outside. So this is all supported by supply chains. And when value comes into these supply chains, they become global value chains. And there again, like I said before, the cost of doing business is critically dependent on the cost of logistics. And that is what Gati-Shakti is doing. Planning infrastructure, for example, there's the comprehensive port connectivity plan, where the last mile connectivity issues of movement of cargo to the ports, all those projects are being taken up systematically. They are being sanctioned by the road, by the rail. You can take the example of any port. For example, Visakhapatnam port has a two-lane road leading to the port, which may be causing traffic congestion. but sanctioning a 4-lane road which eases the traffic, brings down the cost, bringing down the dwell time of containers at the ports. All this is part of our Gati-Shakti approach, the digital initiatives which are getting integrated, like the logistics data bank, where we track 100% movement of the containers. So there are many examples of how India has upped its game to change the landscape of logistics in the country.
Thanks. Mr. Meena, you were in Bihar for many years and you've looked at rural development, urban development, those areas. So do you feel now that if Gati Shakti was there at that time, things would have been different? Does that thought come to you ever?
Yeah, I would like to substantiate this assumption with the facts. While being in DPIT and of course in the state, in the infrastructure projects, the delays in implementation are primarily on 3 accounts. 1, land acquisition. 2nd, forest and environment clearances. 3rd is clearances from other sister departments or the state governments. Now, all these three factors are because of lack of visibility while planning the infrastructure project. Had there been proper visibility through something like the National Master Plan, the unforeseen delays and disruptions would not have been there. DPIT manages the project monitoring group. All 500 crore plus projects being implemented by different central ministries are being monitored by DPIT under guidance of PMO and Cabinet Secretariat. So when we analyze these projects, 1800 of them are being monitored, the problems are because of these 3 counts. So now with NMP, the land acquisition is very smooth. Most of the states have now placed their digitized revenue map onto the National Master Plan. So the land acquisition proposal automatically gets created. The forest, wildlife, all details are there. So one is able to visualize either to avoid, or if one plans, then there is a clear understanding that there is no way out except to go through the forest. And then of course the interceptions. So definitely had this been there, the pace of implementation would have been faster, and faster would have also resulted in less of cost overrun, because time and cost overrun goes hand in hand. So NMP, PM Gati Shakti is bringing in that change.
It is such an ambitious project. How much is the PM really involved in this directly? Does he, speak to the top officials, and how does it work?
Honorable PM reviews PM Gati Shakti NMP from time to time, and the PMO very regularly reviews as to how it is being rolled out, what are the areas which need improvement, what are interagency coordination issues, and regularly it is being reviewed and due guidance is being given. So because of that, in fact, PMO reviewing, therefore all ministries following and adopting, that has become very faster.
So just to add to that, the Honorable Prime Minister has led this entire vision. If you see the meetings with the chief ministers, the meetings with the chief secretaries, the PM Gati Shakti has been a very important project, very important approach which has been discussed. And apart from that, this entire area development approach, you see, this is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. What we are doing, the technical partner being BIZAG. And we also see a lot of examples coming out of Gujarat, because that is where it became a, let's say, a laboratory for these ideas. And Gujarat has completely integrated its clearances with their state master plan. So a lot of learnings come from there, the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister that this has to bring benefit not just to the businesses but also to the common person. And this entire area development approach and the roles and responsibilities of the various stakeholders, these are the kind of granular details into which we go into, like Sir has said, with the PMO.
Thanks. I want to talk a bit about jobs, employment creation. When this scheme was announced, there was much promise about job creation. Have you all seen any, evidence of job creation? And if you could elaborate on that.
See, the planning is better, so implementation is faster. When implementation is faster, the investments are there. So these are leading to job creation in all the sectors. I would like to give example of, let us say, Ministry of Coal. Now, Ministry of Coal, for transportation of coal from mines to the railway side, there is movement through a road from mines to the railway side, and for the nearby plants, there is also movement by road. But in the PM Gati-Shakti, this environmental sustainability has, we have planned that all our mines, which are 2 million ton plus capacity of production, 67 of them, they have all been now provided with the first mile connectivity, which Sumitaji was referring to, under which the coal from the mines to the railway would move through the mechanized conveyor belt. This all plus this is adding significantly to the environmental sustainability. On environmental sustainability, which is important principle of PM Gati-Shakti and one of the guiding principles, I would also like to give an example for the benefit of the audience that so far the transportation of coal to the eastern ports, that is Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, from Odisha was being done through the coastal shipping route. But after PM Gati-Shakti and this approach of all ministries working together, now for the first time the western Indian states are also getting coal from Pradeep via coastal sea route. This has involved coordination with Ministry of Shipping, Power, state governments, and of course coal. So all of us have sat together, decided as to what are the challenges, and then decided to transport coal, because all rail movement of coal from, let us say, Odisha to Gujarat or Rajasthan, there is a congestion. So though the cost is little less, but because of the congestion, rake movement is a challenge. For example, if we transport coal from Paradeep to, let us say, Kota thermal power station in Rajasthan, it costs about 4,000 rupees a ton. If we transport it through this coastal sea route down south and then Dahej port and then to Kota, it costs about 7,000. But if the same energy value is imported, it costs 12,000. So from country's perspective, if we use that coastal route, it is beneficial to the country as a whole. So by sitting together, working together, cohesiveness, we have been able to introduce, this is called rail route of the coal transportation for the first time. Last about 4 months, we have been able to transport coal for 3 thermal power plants through the RSR.
That sounds good. Ms. Davra, if you have to name any one user ministry with which you've been really impressed vis-a-vis Gati-Shakti, which one would that be?
Okay, I am impressed with the Gati-Shakti approach. You see, it's 32 years in public service now, and how remarkable this approach is. Like you just asked a question on employment, if I could just add on to that to let you know how one has no option but to be, impressed with the kind of scope this approach has. You see, establishing all-weather roads in Ladakh, planned on the Gati-Shakti, planning the movement of labor from the villages to Vadhavan port, which is planned to be among the top 10 in the world, planning connectivity to Dulera economic township, which will definitely de-risk investments coming into Dulera, will definitely bring in more domestic and foreign investment and create employment apart from the service sector. If you look at the eastern side, connectivity from Kolkata port to Chittagong port through the international protocol and then getting goods into Tripura and the rest of Northeast will also mean dredging, will also mean a lot of movement by water, inland waterways. And if you look at technology, jobs being created there, definitely geospatial, GIS, every ministry, every state, now going up to the district level, everybody is going to need people who understand GIS and how to develop tools and how to use this portal effectively. If you look at connectivity being given, that again improves the manufacturing potential of both the service sector, manufacturing sector. Yesterday, somebody at B20 came up to me and said, look, I want to use this for my microfinance institutions. And my these SHGs, the cluster, micro manufacturing clusters, the, what do you call them, micro enterprises. So that in itself adds a lot to the economic potential of these small clusters, and the MSMEs connecting, being given better connectivity. So this has a lot of direct and indirect benefits. And I think some of the ministries have done a lot better because they started early, like the railways, like MORTH, like telecom, like MNRE, like power. So some of the ministries, shipping, so some of them have really taken a lead. Thank you.
Can you talk a bit about technology that is being used? You mentioned the tech partner. Are you looking at other technology partners, and what is the role of artificial intelligence, which is really a big theme of the current day?
Yeah, see, the amazing thing is that people give us ideas. So it was in one of the regional workshops at Kochi that I was asked a question, how are you using artificial intelligence? We are you know, public servants and facilitators, and we really have to keep our ears and eyes open to take on board all these ideas, because it's essentially a government-driven approach at the moment. So that's where we started connecting with IT industry. We have a lot of strength there. We've been interacting with them. We've taken on board ideas. We've done interactions. Apart from that, we, as you know, are using geospatial technology. The Honorable Prime Minister in his talk the other day on the Chandrayaan mission at ISRO, he said that the contribution of ISRO satellite imagery to the PM Gati-Shakti has been immense. Apart from the existing satellite technology, the artificial intelligence edge will help us do predictive planning. So I'm still trying to understand a lot of things. At the B20, we had a lot of opportunity to talk to our IT experts in India and also who would come from abroad. There were a lot of ideas coming in on how to use technology to take this ahead so that it becomes more strongly a demand-driven approach with projections for the next 20 years, 30 years, where the origin, destination of freight is, how to build that into all this, how are the people traveling apart from the freight, and bringing the roads and the rail and the airports in areas where there will be more demand. Thank you.
So from Earth to the moon, Gati Shakti has traveled that far. So, you know, if you have to talk about the private players, they are not in Gati Shakti yet. Would you give any indication on, you know, when they could be included?
I would request Meena sir, Secretary Cole, to tell us his experience on how he showcased his minds recently to the private players using the Gati Shakti approach, and then probably I'll add a bit.
See, now as per the policy of government, the coal mines are being given on commercial auction basis. So for any private investor to take a decision whether how much he should quote and how difficult this mine would be to operate, require complete visibility. So on PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, coal block information portal have been prepared, which shows all required data layers, the forest coverage, the habitations, the transmission line, telecom, everything is visible. So for any investor it is now very easy to understand as to how difficult this terrain would be to start a coal mine. So they take very, very informed decision. So in this round of auction, we have seen many investors using that information, and it has been very, very handy for them to take a decision, and in the ground truthing also, it was very easier for them. So while private sector engage consultants, and most of our implementing agencies, whether NHAI or Coal India Limited, they have panel of consultant, and with the engineers who are engaging them, they are able to visualize and use the digital database for the planning purposes.
Yes.
So to add on to the specific example sir has given, you see, as you would imagine, the Gati-Shakti portal has data which would also be a little sensitive. So we are very clear on the data which is required and can be used by the private sector, and the value involvement of private sector would bring, for instance, the startups finding solutions for us. And again, going back to B20, there was this conversation on how the vehicle movement could be, integrated onto the Gati-Shakti. And like I said, we already have a logistics data bank which is tracking the movement of 100% EXIM containers in the country. So if you have that integrated, you have your passenger car movement integrated, imagine the kind of solutions we could get on the Gati-Shakti. But there is a geospatial policy of the Government of India, of the Department of Space and Technology, Science and Technology, and we have also METI, the Ministry of Electronics, Information Technology. We are working within that framework to see how best we can get more value from the Gati-Shakti approach for the country, for the country's growth, development, harness the intellectual potential, the intellectual capital which India has, and take this to a new level. So we are working on that. Thank you.
My last question, is there any international inspiration that Gati-Shakti has, or is it a totally made in India scheme?
See, this is vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, while Chief Minister of Gujarat, this Bhaskaracharya Institute of Space Application was working on GIS, and large scale applications were, of GIS applications were used by Government of Gujarat. And Honorable Prime Minister, while reviewing, guided us the BISAC, and then this platform was prepared. So it is the vision and the concept of the Honorable Prime Minister, which all of us are trying to, carry and implement.
To add on to that and to reply to this as honestly as I can, I asked my colleagues in the department if there were similar approaches, and I was also asked this question in an interaction with the foreign media. And I was told that Germany has something like that for their transport network, in some limited, just to see the transportation network. And I actually had the opportunity to go to their ministry, and I did see they have a limited application, geospatial application for transport movement. Then I thought, no, there must be something more. And since my colleagues couldn't tell me more, I went on to ChatGPT. And I asked that question, and I would ask all of you also to do that if you like. I did not find something which is like our approach, which is so extensive and which has onboarded all the entire government at different levels. And then I would also like to share this anecdotal interaction at the B20, where we had the top CEOs who were invited to see the exhibition on Gati-Shakti, and there was this one particular CEO who said, I have never seen anything like this in the world, and we have so many MNRE projects which are awaiting clearance for months on end in our country, and it's a developed country, mind you, a big developed country, and we would definitely be more interested in this. And for the next day again he asked me, are you sure? I just want to get my figures right. The Ministry of Petroleum Natural Gas used to take 6 to 9 months. Now it's taking only 1 day, right? So I said, yeah, it takes only 1 day for the 46 reports. So he said, I've never seen anything like that. They're seeking more information. We also had the head of a major courier company in the world tell us that it is very unique. They haven't seen anything like this. A major automotive giant from Germany who said that they would like to know more about this approach, which is very unique. So I think given these examples, I would say that this is a very unique approach, and like Sir said, this is emanating from the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister for a complete, holistic area development approach, break the silos of the departments and bring everybody together. Thank you.
So with the kind of interest that you're talking about, so do you think we'll be exporting Gati Shakti to other countries soon?
Well, again, to be honest, we've already made a trip to Nepal, and there's a lot of interest, and we had very high-level meetings. We have tweeted about it, X'd about it. I don't know what I should say now. So there's a lot of interest in the neighborhood, and we have offered to share the technology and handhold the countries which are interested, and we are already showcasing it to the South Asian region. There was a meeting in Manila at the ADB headquarters where we showcased it to 10 countries, and now there's another showcasing in the regional conference at Georgia where there'll be 35 countries, and we will be showcasing Gati Shakti as an approach to regional connectivity, because there is some amount of disillusionment with planning regional connectivity only geographically. And there's a lot of interest in how we can do it with spatial technology. And I think Gati Shakti is the best example where we have actually shown results. So we will be showcasing it there as well. Thank you.
With that, we come to the end of this very, very exciting conversation. Thank you, Ms. Davra. Thank you, Mr. Meena, for this conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'd request you, Mr. Meena, I'd request you to please come back on stage, please. Ms. Davra, please stay on for a minute. Thank you very much for this wonderful conversation. That's quite a lot of ground we've traversed. Thank you, Nivedita. I would now request Sangeeta Kyora, Business Standard Vice President, and Mr. Sachin Pansikar, a Business Standard Chief Operating Officer, to please come on stage. We must have a good picture, yes.
These are pictures we normally never get.
Or we'll X them.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back for the second panel discussion at 6:25. Thank you.
血管
We'll just be starting shortly. Request everybody to please come back. Welcome back, everybody. It's now time for our second panel discussion. The topic is Gati-Shakti, Hopes and Aspirations of Infra Players. The conversation will be around the potential role that the private sector can play if included in Gati-Shakti. I would request our panelists to please come on stage. We have with us Mr. Ravindra Kumar Jain, Managing Director, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited. Mr. Sanjeev Edwards, CEO, Cargo and Logistics, GMR. Mr. Akhil Gupta, Vice Chairman, Bharati Enterprises. And Ms. Srishti Ahuja, Partner, EY. Moderating the discussion will be Business Standard's Chief Content Editor, Mr. Suveen Sinha.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, Vinu. Thank you for this. Thank you for the introductions. I will just add a little bit about the panelists to introduce them as I see them. We have a great panel here. Let me start from the other end with the lady. Srishti works with EY, and she is very actively involved in funding of infrastructure projects, structuring contracts, how risks should be shared, etc. Mr. Akhil Gupta, I'm smiling because I have known him for quite some time. Let me describe him as the person who built the Bharti group of companies shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Sunil Mittal. I think that is one way to recognize his contribution to Indian industry. Sanjeev is with GMR, which is synonymous with privatization of airports in India, and therefore key infrastructure segment. Mr. Jain spent, I think, more than 2 years in the railways. Then he moved to the railway board, and now he is with the dedicated freight corridor corporation, which is doing great things when it comes to moving the needle on building of freight corridors. I was very pleased to note on Mr. Jain's LinkedIn profile that he spent many years in Samastipur, which is a place very close to the village I come from, and he has fond memories of the place. So let me begin by recounting a very small thing. When I started my reporting career, I was given the industry association beat, which is CII, ASSOCHAM and FICCI. My chief of bureau, who is sitting in the audience, he loved me, so he gave me the beat nobody wanted. The unintended positive consequence was that I got to learn a lot, because these bodies held a lot of conferences and seminars and workshops. At all those, 3 things were discussed almost every time. One was, apart from government policy and foreign investment and competition and FDI and customs duties, people spoke a lot about innovation, about leadership, and about infrastructure. Over the years, infrastructure got talked about a lot, but then it was always with a sense of resignation, with a sense of that, okay, right, it's important, but things are not happening as they should be. It's only now, with the advent of Gati-Shakti starting 2021, that there is a new flavor to the infrastructure discussion. We had a very interesting panel discussion before this, where 2 government secretaries were there, and they very succinctly captured how Gati-Shakti is making a difference. Because infrastructure projects get delayed because of land acquisition, because of environment clearances, and because of clearances from various entities involved, including state governments, etc., and how Gati-Shakti has made a difference. Since I introduced Mr. Jain the last, let me start with him the first. Mr. Jain, how has Gati-Shakti made a difference to the way to do things? You might also want to talk about how your organization is making a difference to infra building, and how it's connected with or impacted by Gati-Shakti.
Thank you, Sinha Sahab. You all may be knowing that dedicated freight corridor project is for about 3,000 route kilometers and approximately 7,000 track kilometers of the broad gauge double line automatic signaling and latest specification only for the operation of the freight trains. This is a very unique idea for the country. We are right now working from Delhi, that is Dadri, to JNPT, and from Ludhiana, Dadri to Sonnagar, that is in Bihar. Out of these approximately 3,000 route kilometers, we have already completed 2,200. That is approximately 80% of the route kilometer has already been commissioned. Our infra project work actually started in 2010. And basically contacts started in 15 onwards. The challenges which have been enumerated is not just limited to the land acquisition, though worst is the land acquisition. We had to acquire 1,100 hectares of the land across 9 states, 72 plus districts. It was a gigantic task. And forest clearances, environmental clearances, and much more than that was handling of the utilities, where the pipelines are crossing, where the communication line is going on, where are the electric lines, overhead lines, this and that. So firstly, I will connect with the Gati-Shakti also at the same time. At the time when we conceived the project in 2010 and we started with the land acquisition, and at the time when we went for the execution, we had many shocks. I will give you with the examples. Near Meerut, there was Delhi-Meerut Expressway. But at the time of conceiving the project, there was nothing like that one. It was only a 4 or 6 lane road. When we started acquiring the land, we came to know it has already been acquired by National Highway. And whatsoever alignment we have finalized had to undergo lots of the changes, and the land acquisition itself is going to get changed. You will wonder at many of the locations what we have considered as a district road or state highway, by the time we went for the execution, those were taken over by the national highways, and entire clearances, specification all got changed. These are the small things which any project may face at any time. And here we need this concept of Gati-Shakti. As we all know, and you are also very much familiar, it is a mapping of the existing facilities. It is digitization of the existing facilities, planned and proposed facilities. We were not even aware that near Surat, there were certain pipelines which were laid even when our land acquisitions were going on. Because two departments never interacted, despite our giving details in the paper and other locations also. So here we need this Gati-Shakti. You will wonder so many other things have happened, but today also discussed, I will take only one more minute, very interesting, that only 2 corporations we saw who were perfectly digitized and working in tandem with our working. One was the ODA, that is Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority, and one was related to Surat. You will wonder that they had vision for 20-30 years in advance. And they said in jungle, here you provide me this size of the box, this size of the bridge. We said in jungle, why do you need this much? No, this is our 20-year plan, this is our 25-year plan, here is my bypass road, here is my radial road, this is this, that. And we had to do it because they have a wonderful vision for that one. They have digitized everything. Similar happened with the Surat Municipal Corporation. So what we see, that when different departments and ministries, they work in silos. They do not interact with each other. I am admitting it very clearly, for the railways also and for the NHA and for any other ministry also. But when we have got this particular platform, we know each and every detail now. For the future dedicated freight corridors, for which we will plan and prepare the DPRs, now we know where from we have to pass, which are the trade nodes, from where we will get the traffic, which are the industrial zones likely to come, where are the industrial corridors, this and that. So many things now are clearly visible. And also we know where the power line will go, where we will pass, at what height. So now Gati-Shakti has made it very easy to conceive an idea for infrastructure, not only planning but also execution. Thank you, sir.
Just one more point about this, about what you spoke, Mr. Jain. So when you discovered that the land you were eyeing was already acquired by NHAI, what did you do?
Actually, it is due to the time gap. What happened that we in 2010 made a survey, and we also put some pegging this and that. And actually, we went for the land acquisition continues in different stages. We may not have gone there, but by the time when we actually went for the acquisition, it was shock to us that National Highway has already acquired that land. So now we have to take the permission in turn. Otherwise, had we acquired first, then they could have taken permission from us and it could have been extra burden to them. Similar happened with the even Greater Noida metro authorities. We were passing through the expressway, we were crossing through the expressway, and at the same time that Aqua line, they were also to pass from the expressway. Incidentally, since both are to some extent, both are the railway in DNA, so we could interact and we could realize each other's needs. So they and we at that time itself, we discussed, revised our alignments in such a way that we could save the cost to a larger extent. So anyway, it is integrated working which is needed. Holistic approach. It should not be a departmental approach. No, I will not give, this is my alignment, I am fixed here, I will not permit you. It should not happen. And this is the platform where we can get each and every type of details. Similar happens with the forest land also. You will wonder, we have different types of the forest land. Wildlife, bird sanctuary, forest, forest reserve, and influence zone. There is one more interesting thing, influence zone for each of them. For the wildlife sanctuary, the influence zone may be 10 kilometers. For the forest, it may be 2 kilometers. For forest reserve, it is different thing. So which we were never knowing it. Even in those influence zone, you can't just pass without taking their clearances. Those are very, very tough. But with this type of the Gati-Shakti map, now we know very clearly which are the go and no-go spaces. And we can very well decide to what extent we should take the risk of taking approval and waiting for the forest clearances. Thank you.
And we are talking about interaction between different arms of the government itself. Yes. Imagine if the private sector had a role there, which is where I come to Sanjeev. Yes. Sanjeev, did you ever get into a situation where you were trying to do something that had been taken away by the Airport Authority of India? I'm just kidding. In your experience, how have things changed from GMR's point of view as well as overall industry perspective? How have things become different?
I think in the context of Gati-Shakti, I think we've seen Gati-Shakti in action with what Mr. Jain was just telling. And I think, the vision for Gati-Shakti is really commendable. And, coming from a private entity, I would say that, Gati-Shakti is the best thing that could have happened for the country. What it is bringing is it's promising some accelerated growth, which obviously we look. More importantly, when we look at it from our perspective, it is also bringing a very holistic, growth for the ecosystem and which helps the industry. Growth has happened, but it has happened in silos. It's happened where people in their own confines have tried to do their best. But then the ecosystem needs to develop. To give an example, as an airport, if you look at GMR, we are the, the largest airport operator, in the country, second largest globally along with our partners. We handle more than 100 million passengers through the country. We with our current infrastructure over the years since 2006, we've had a vision to make this as a hub, and both for a passenger and cargo. And we've got a lot of support from the government as well. Now, in fact, I was hearing our Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation talking the other day, saying that, we need to have hubs in India. Our hubs need to be in the country, not outside of the country. And there's a very intentional move towards that. And I think it's very, very heartening to see that. We've created, with the current expansion which is going on, we're doing about 100 million of handling capacity, which will be there. We also, at the saturation phase can go to about 120, 130 million passengers handling capacity. We've also done some things which are in record time. In fact, the T3, when it was built in a record time of 37 months. Something of that scale which was built, in Singapore, Changi, took about 60 months to do the same thing. So, looking at that kind of building of infrastructure within the confines, it was always challenging. Only airport to have like four runways, the Eastern Cross taxiway, which got recently opened up. So there was a lot of coordination at that point of time which is required, but it was within the confines of our 5,000 odd acres that we manage. But now we can truly appreciate when you take this thing outside and try to do it across the country, what kind of coordination is required. And I think Gati-Shakti will provide that emphasis. In fact, when we looked at building hubs, if you look at any airport, the big global hubs, the passenger and the cargo need to complement each other. You need to have a sizable amount of passenger business as well as cargo business. You look at Changi, they will have like almost 68 million passengers and 2 million tons of cargo. If you look at Delhi in that perspective, we will do about 68 millions, but the cargo is about 1 million. So there's a gap that we need to bridge to really, meet that global aspiration of being a true hub, so to say. So we've very, intentionally invested in our cargo business. In fact, so much so that we had a very clearly defined strategy of, how do we make this into a hub. There are 3 elements to that. Need the right infrastructure, you need to have the right connectivity and the operational excellence to do that. When we talk of infrastructure, actually we scaled up. When we took over the airport, it was about 0.3 million of handling capacity. Today we are at 1.8 million handling capacity. And we do about 1 million tons. The only airport in the country to do 1 million tons is what we did just pre-COVID. So that kind of capacity scale up. When we talk of, building hubs, you need, it's not just the tier 1, which is the cargo terminals that we talk of. We also need the tier 2, which is, where you put the 3PLs and all that. And then you need a tier 3. So we've done about 500,000 square feet of tier 2. We've also now in the process of developing the tier 3. So that's the kind of focus that we've had on our cargo business. If you look at other airports, we have MROs in Hyderabad. We've also got, like the Boeings and the Safrans coming over there. So I think, what is really, encouraging is now we as private entities, when we've done our part, what the Gati-Shakti is bringing, it's bringing some promise of, our investments that we put in, the capacity that we've invested, it can be well utilized. To give you an example, just one example, and probably I'll close and then. We recently started our business from a surface movement where we are getting actually freight from Dhaka into Delhi by road. So it's coming across the Petropol, Benapol, there's a border. It starts from Dhaka by road. It comes to the Benapol border. It is moved from a truck to another truck, Indian truck, and then it moves to Delhi, and then it gets onto a flight and flies to. This is a movement which we're doing for Zara, and that movement actually, when we look at it today, as we speak, it takes about maybe 4 days to get from the Petropol border, which is in Indian side of it, in Benapol to here. That journey is about 1,600 kilometers. If you were to do it in Europe, the similar movement happens. You can do from Amsterdam to Nice, for instance. You can do it in less than 20 hours. We are taking about 100 hours. But I think the promising thing is, that, with initiatives like Gati-Shakti, when we develop that road infrastructure of this nature, we can actually bring that 100 hours down to, less than 30 hours. And what that will do is, it'll actually, one is it'll not just provide a solution, for the freight originating from there, but what it will also do is it'll also, re-emphasize India's position of, leadership in this region itself, because then you're really providing a solution for your neighbor countries. You're really saying, you've taken up the leadership role. And I think that's where while the infrastructure was built as private entities, as airports and all that, but Gati-Shakti is having a promise of not just helping the business grow, but also, helping India, take on that leadership position in the region. So I think I'm very excited about, the opportunities that Gati-Shakti is bringing.
Sure, thanks, Sanjeev. That 0.3 million to 1.8 is quite a jump. Yeah. All right, Akhil bhai, would you like to weigh in, please? I will not presume to ask you any question, but I'm sure you will present your overview. I know I can count on you to also be the contrarian voice where needed.
Well, thank you very much. Let me give you a perspective from the telecom point of view, of course, and to bring a sharper focus on the discussion, let me confine it to passive infrastructure, because that is where the bulk of the problems related to infrastructure in telecom arise. When I say passive infrastructure, mainly referring to towers and optic fiber. Now, fundamentally, for passive infrastructure, you need three things to my mind. One, simple, capital. You need tons and tons of capital.
Yes.
Two, you need to create it in a manner that that infrastructure can be shared among the various operators. And three is the ease of laying down that infrastructure, which is the right of way and everything which Mr. Jain talked about.
Yes.
So let me first take the first two, which I think we have a pretty good and very successful story in India. We have today invested more than 3 lakh crores in the passive infrastructure in India. And the result of that is roughly about 8 lakh towers, about 28 lakh base stations, and about 37 lakh kilometers of optic fiber across the country. So that's been a good story. A massive investment has gone into it. The second piece about sharing, I'm really pleased that India has been a pioneer in setting the business model for sharing of infrastructure. You know, India was the only country which was able to get 3 fiercely competing operators, Airtel, Vodafone and Idea, to pool in their towers and form a joint venture. And that has today become a norm across the world. So that sharing is something I think India can be very proud of. Come to the third point, and obviously there have been many difficulties, but first of all I must thank Mr. Jain. His narrative makes our pain a little easier. If they also face these problems, I think private sector can also suffer some of the problems. But yeah, that's a fact. I think the problem has been, and by the way, I must point out that the role which DOT has played and TRA has played in easing out the right of way and all the related matters is absolutely marvelous. For instance, DOT on its own came out with model policies of right of way as far as back in 2016 or 17, I think, and they have repeatedly amended it. Today, all the states in the country except Delhi and Kerala have already adopted those model guidelines. So we have come a long way and the support has been tremendous. But the problem is, one, of coordination, two, some municipal corporation refuses to accept that, despite the state having accepted it. And that is where the Babu Raj sometimes comes into being. Because by the time you are able to get over that problem, so much time is already lost. But I would say Gati-Shakti, really a marvelous brainchild of whoever invented it. Because to put everything on a portal, whereby not only the telecom network or road network, but every kind of infrastructure can be put on one portal, absolutely marvelous. And the result is that from some 200, 300 days, which used to be the average time taken for a clearance, it's come down to anywhere between 7 days to 40 days, depending on the state. The worst state today has 44 days, which it takes to clear an application. So that's a wonderful achievement. And I must say that the sincerity of purpose which has been shown by every department of government in this is something which is really worth praising.
Interesting. In fact, one of the 2 secretaries in the previous session said that we are now taking Gati-Shakti outside India, and they had a trip to Nepal where it has been warmly received. They're taking it to other places and also thinking whether it can be applied to regional cooperation. But you talked about the 3 things, which is investment, and ease of creating that infrastructure and the sharing of the infrastructure. In fact, the Airtel, Idea and Vodafone pooling in their towers together is just a remarkable thing that happened in India.
And the good thing was China followed it. All the Chinese telecom companies then formed a tower company. It's been a very nice model.
Right. Srishti, sorry to keep you waiting. So with the way things are moving, and since you work with so many people and advise them on funding and several other critical areas, with all these changes, and we heard from people who do things, people who make the policy, in your experience, are people reacting a little differently to infrastructure projects when it comes to supporting them in various ways? Do you see a tangible shift happening?
So Subin, I quite agree with what you're saying. It has made an impact on how people are now conceiving projects, how they're building them, how they're financing them. Just taking from what Mr. Gupta was saying, that, one of the key requirements for infrastructure projects is basically financing. And for the kind of infrastructure that India needs, it's an insatiable appetite for infrastructure. India needs about $11 trillion in the next decade or so to build out that infrastructure. $11 trillion. So in the next decade or two, it will need that much of capital. And see, all of this capital will have to come from, long-term patient sources of capital, because that is the inherent characteristic of infrastructure. And a lot of these investors would have a very high risk aversion, because, the kind of pools which will be able to provide you long-term patient capital are basically sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. And I think what Gati-Shakti has done is it has reduced the amount of risk involved with projects. So I'll give you a few examples. So one, I think, which comes out clearly from what Mr. Jain was also mentioning, is how much time will a project take to actually get commissioning. So if you know that, there is a particular renewable power project that is being built, and, the transmission lines are already being planned, you can see it on Gati-Shakti, you know that once the power plant is ready, will the transmission infrastructure be ready or not? And that reduces a significant amount of risk envisaged in any large renewable project. Similarly, not just for project planning, commissioning timelines, which is one of the big determinants of what is the IRR that a project will make. What is the kind of offtake that the project will have? So again, to give you an example, let's say from national highways. So if a particular developer wins a concession from National Highway Authority to build a highway, and on Gati-Shakti, you can see that there is also, another corridor, let's say an expressway that is being planned. You can actually better assess the traffic on the highway. And again, it reduces the perceived risk involved to the revenues of that project. And what all of this put together does is that as the perceived risk on the project reduces, you are able to get much better pools of capital to finance this infrastructure. So from a financing perspective, this is one big change that we are already seeing. I think the second important aspect is that it also will help plan PPP projects better. So, for example, the government has set out an ambition of 500 gigawatts of renewable energy projects. And if the various developers know that, there is 500 gigawatts of bids that are coming, the bids will be much better planned. They will be able to better assess the risks. They will be able to evaluate which projects, they would want to bid more aggressively, which less aggressively. So overall, I think it is very conducive to building out, the entire infrastructure plan of India.
Srishti, you made so many points, I can't possibly recap them. But talking about PPP, Sanjeev, you have experience with PPP. How would you react to that? Is this going to make a difference to the way PPPs are done?
Yeah, definitely. I think it is definitely going to have a very positive impact. And I think if we look at the Ministry of Civil Aviation, I think we have some about 98,000 crores of investment which is projected to come in the aviation sector, and about 62,000 crores is coming from the private sector. So I think and the balance about 36 from the government. So I think all this investment which is committed, it's going to make a positive impact for sure.
Okay, Srishti. Keeping in mind that you have client confidentiality which you must follow, is there any example you can give us that you were working on a transaction or working with a client, and these things that you mentioned made a difference to your discussions?
Yes, so there have been quite a few examples. So all that I'm sharing, Suveen, is from live deals. So I'll just give you another very recent example. For example, biofuels is an emerging theme for the government. There is a lot of focus on building out of CBG projects, 2G ethanol projects. And, today, for example, for CBG, the oil marketing companies under the Satat scheme buy the biofuel, the CBG, but these are not long-term take or pay contracts. However, when, for example, an investor knows that there is a city gas distribution network that is being planned in this area, the developer can easily tell the investors that, look, I am going to set up a CBG project here, and there is a city gas distribution network that is being set up here. So I have a natural off-taker for my projects beyond the oil marketing companies also. So I think all of these are the examples that I gave you, Suveen, are from live deals, and I'm seeing this in renewables, I'm seeing this in highways, even, for example, digital infrastructure that Mr. Gupta was mentioning. For example, if there is a player who wants to build an NLD network, the common question that will be asked is that how do you plan to get the right of way? Because these are all national highways, there's a massive rail infrastructure that is built. But if one can see on, for example, the Gati-Shakti portal that these are the highways that are going to go under construction, and when, a developer is actually planning the laying of fiber, if it can coincide with when these highways are being built, that will add a significant amount of confidence to the build-out plan or the rollout plan.
Yes, that's right. I think all of you are saying very nice things. Let me see if I can introduce a bit of disruption. But before that, let me invite questions from the audience. There are many experts in the area sitting here in the audience. I can see one hand going up. Yes, the lady here on the first table. I'll come to you later. The lady here on the first table. Right here. Yeah. Can you please, you raise your hand. Oh, can you, yeah. Please introduce yourself and ask your question. And if you can indicate if your question is directed to a particular panelist, that'll help.
Right, thank you. So I'm Divya Satija. I am a logistics sector economist from ADB. And I didn't get much clarity on the PPP aspect that you asked about. So my question is directed to Shrishti. Shrishti, how do you think that the PPP projects are going to benefit from Gati-Shakti? How can we dovetail the two and bring in more private sector to fund infrastructure projects, leveraging the benefits of Gati-Shakti? Thank you.
Sure. So, it's a very important question. So let me start with an example. So, for example, what happens in the National Highway Authority concessions is that, when a particular expressway is built, you have a certain period when no competing tollway can be built. Because then it at least it gives the developer the certainty that for the next 8 years, 10 years, they in a way have a monopolistic situation where they can at least charge tolls and recover their capital cost. Now, once you have Gati-Shakti, that certain expressways are being planned. This could impact traffic. It could also lead to a better view on the positive and negative diversions. So, if there is a network that is being built just above the concessionaire's project, it actually leads to increase in traffic, a positive diversion. And this, for example, can now be factored into your baseline traffic studies. You can take it to the lenders. The lenders are able to better assess the risk, because otherwise what would typically happen is that the lenders would always take the most conservative view. They will assume that a particular highway will never have a positive diversion. And if you are able to tie up debt on better terms, if you are able to size the debt correctly, I think it also helps bring in equity, because it improves the equity returns for the project. So I think across sectors, because there is better visibility on the risks, better visibility on the revenues, it helps PPP. And likewise on the contractual structure also. See, if there are certain risks that the government is better able to take, I think the basic PPP principle is that the risk should be allocated to the government. And with Gati-Shakti, I think the government can take, I would say, even a further aggressive stance of eliminating these kind of risks for PPP projects. So risks associated to whether it's land acquisition or availability of ancillary infrastructure, it will just help improve the contractual framework of the PPP projects also.
Would you like to weigh in on the PPP side? Mr. Jain or Sanjeev or anyone? Mr. Jain, do you have a view on involving the private sector?
Actually, I would like to add that we made very serious attempt for the PPP in railway, basically for the context of the DFC. Here actually the PPP model of the railway is much different than for the roads. Actually what happens in the roads, once you have constructed the roads, you have to simply maintain them. It is not big, that type of the tenseful job, and you have to simply collect the revenue in the form of toll or otherwise. In railways what happens that the asset creating company, that is a PPP, has to pass on traffic through the rolling stock of the Indian Railway and the engine of the Indian Railway. And if there is any accident, there will be always a fight between the two, that it is your wagons or the engine which has caused, or your driver or the guard who have not worked properly, or they will say it is your asset which have created the problem actually. So this is one of the major issues. And secondly, we have to give a daily maintenance block also. And it is again a very serious issue that when the block has to be given, if block is not given at a particular time, the labor gets wasted, machinery gets wasted. So under these uncertainties, the risk of the contractor or PPP concessionaire is too high. But still we tried, and we saw that there is good response from the various companies, and world over, even the financiers were keen to come in a one particular model where we provided that availability period of the track will be so many hours per day, and number two, all the related risk will be tackled through this mechanism. But anyway, we took it up to the very top level, but finally we could not get it through. But we are looking for any better solutions for the PPP in the railway. If it comes out, it will be a big game changer for the railway sector also.
You know, Mr. Jain, when you say that in roads you have to simply maintain the roads, it sounds like a simple task. But if you look at the broken roads and the potholes, even on toll roads, seems to be a difficult task.
Actually, those who are commuting on the roads may face some difficulties, but in the railway it is just an accident. So there is lots of the difference between the two, and in roads actually they can bypass that pothole or they can go, but they will continue their journey. But in the railway it is too risky.
Especially if somebody smuggles an LPG cylinder inside the coach.
Anything can happen at any time. It is a very unique LPG, but there can be anything. It may be a theft case also. Somebody may tamper with the signaling system also. Somebody may tamper with the electric gear systems also. So actually it is vast network of the railway. In roads that type of the risks are very limited.
There was a gentleman raising his arm. Yes, can somebody get him a mic please? Sir, I'll come to you after this. There is a
Good evening. I'm a founding director at the Center for I have Mr. Jain and one Mr. Edward and so for Mr. Jain.
Your voice comes and goes.
Is it fine now?
It's better, yeah.
Yeah. So I have two questions for Mr. Jain and one question each for Mr. Edward and Mr. Gupta. So one is when we say that, there's some issue. So when we say that there is an issue with land acquisition and when, we went to acquire certain land and by the time it was actually executed, it was already acquired by NHAI. Do we see a bigger roles for state government to ensure better coordination, and is digitization the way forward? Secondly, the second question is, now that Gati-Shakti is already there, this coordination is already ensured. So, I mean, what are the steps the government is possibly taking to make it success from national? For Mr. Edward and for Mr. Gupta, I think...
No, hang on. Let Mr. Jain address your questions first. Otherwise, we'll lose track of your questions. Sure. Mr. Jain, you are okay with both the questions?
Yeah. You have already... I have also covered that one. That earlier we worked in silos in two sense actually. Now with the Gati Shakti, we have got visibility on the digital platforms. That what type of the works are going to take place, what are the planned works, what are under execution works, and what facilities are already there. So all the three types of the infra details are available on the same platform. So now the communication gap between the two departments is not there. So that type of the problem will be avoided in the time to come. Secondly, what I feel the best part of the Gati Shakti, what Mr. Gupta has already covered, is the pooling of the resources, or rather optimization or integration of the logistics sector, where the road network should be strengthened, where the rail sector has to be strengthened, the last mile connectivity for the port to the rail, is it important, or only the road widening itself will be the sufficient? Those decisions can be taken in a war room only while looking at the Gati Shakti platform itself. So Gati Shakti will enable us properly optimize our resources.
Okay, you still have the mic? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for Mr. Edward and Mr. Gupta, my question is that since both GMR and Airtel are market leaders in respective industries, what is the unique proposition when it comes to, you know, for GMR it's active, this thing for active support in logistics, and for Airtel it's passive markets. I mean, as Mr. Gupta talked about, they have already invested a lot of money. So what's the unique proposition since both the entities are market leaders in their own industry?
I think I'm talking more from an aviation and from an airport perspective. I think the unique proposition is that, you know, we are working at building, you know, India's first hub in a true sense when we talk of passenger and cargo. And as I earlier kind of touched upon it, you know, this is something which requires a very concerted kind of an effort, both from the private entities as well as the government. And I think the support that we have at the current point in time, you know, the Ministry of Civil Aviation as well, saying that, look, India does need it. So I think that's something that we need to look forward to, and I think this in the years to come. We've never really had a hub airport. I mean, if you look at, we were looking up to, you know, hubs in the Middle East or Far East or Europe or other places, but India, truly our traffic was kind of moving away, you know, leaking into the Far East or the Middle East, and people, if somebody was to travel, say, from here to a Europe or a US, he didn't have a direct flight option. So now, you know, with this consolidation happening within the country and putting direct flights, I think that's something which is changing the landscape of how aviation will be looked at in India. And I think that's something that really is happening, you know, which we need to look out for.
Well, I think the uniqueness in terms of Gati Shakti and whatever it is doing, mainly in terms of digitizing all the infrastructure assets, introducing concepts like call before you dig. And we used to always face the problem, anybody would come and dig or widen the road and the optic fibers will just be cut off. I think the fact that we did not have all this is unique. And it's a very important unique feature, because suddenly what is being done is, whoever may be the owner of that infrastructure, it is all being treated like a national asset. And that, I think, will make a huge difference to the efforts being put up by individual players.
Okay. Mr. Bhattacharya had a question. Can somebody get a mic, please?
Hello, good evening. It's often said that India is not one country, but a union of 30 markets. And infrastructure being a subject that is implemented in these different 30 markets with different administrations, with different administrative efficiencies and structures. My question to all the panelists is that in your experience, since we have dealt with these different state administrations, like GMR must have dealt in Andhra Pradesh and also dealt in Delhi, what would be the list of the top performing states administrations, and what would be the list of the worst performing states in terms of implementing infrastructure projects in the country?
Now we are talking. Yes.
Since we face this the most, I think in simple terms, there are, you are right, states which are really committed to infrastructure development. I'm talking particularly of telecom. There are states who obviously, when you talk to them, they're very committed. But when it comes to the actions, they are very revenue oriented. They are very prone to listening to various resident welfare associations, saying you can't put a tower here, don't put this thing there. So there are different kind of states. And the simple difference is those who are progressive, who realize the importance of this infrastructure, follow the role guidelines laid down by DOT, you see the infrastructure blossoming and therefore the digitization blossoming. There are states where they don't follow that. They would like to impose unreasonable charges, make it a cash cow. They are steeped in litigation all the time. The development of infrastructure will be poor, permissions won't be coming, and ultimately people in those states suffer. I guess in very simple terms, those are the two extremes which are the result of the government policy of a particular state.
Would you go so far as to name the states?
I said, simple, Delhi and Kerala, they have not adopted these policies. There are two examples.
Okay, okay. Mr. Jain, I'm sure you have experience
actually,
with this.
I would not consider as a 30 different centers like that. In DFC, we worked in 9 different states, 72 districts. What we have seen, the individual officer matters basically. What we have seen at some of the places, district magistrates were so cooperative, or rather extended so much of the support that our work went on very smoothly. At some of the districts, they never paid attention unless their attention was diverted through the top secretaries, etc. And today's speaker, just before us, Sri A.L. Meena Sahab, he was there in Bihar, and he was also PWD secretary and revenue secretary at that time. We used to have such a wonderful interaction with him that at every time, whenever we requested him for something, some certain issues for certain districts, immediately he used to hold VCs with them. And we never thought that it is Bihar which is creating the difficulties, or it is Rajasthan which is not giving the making everything smooth. It is the same. What we have seen, the individual matters, in my personal opinion. That's all.
How long back was this, Mr. Jain?
It was only 2 years back. Actually, we started the work in Bihar area also 5 or 10 years back. But actually what happens, that land acquisition for the 90% portion is very smooth. For remaining 10%, it is very, very tough. For that particular stretches, you have to work very hard. And you have to work with the district collector and the top administration. And there we need their specific attention. And at all the, in all types of the states, we got the support. And without that, it was not possible. And what, again, I will say, it is individual who matters. Whenever they give support, it is nothing impossible like that one. Thank you.
I think Mr. Jain makes an extremely important point. I gave you examples of 2 states who have not formally adopted. Not that infrastructure is not there. But even in states which have adopted, in various municipalities, there are individuals who stop it. So it's a very important point he makes. A lot depends on the individuals on the ground. So while overall state policy will make some difference, I think individuals on the ground make more of a difference.
So the person matters more than the chair.
In a way, yes.
Sanjeev, is that your experience?
I think I would like to answer a little differently. So we've really not got down to classifying the way that you're looking, probably kind of ranking them or something. So we've not gone to that detail, but yes, there are different levels of support that you get from different states. But I think point very fairly made by Mr. Jain and kind of echoed by Mr. Gupta as well, that it's many times it's down to individuals. Yes, you will get different levels of support from different departments within the state as well. One different point I want to make is that it's also, comes down to sometimes to, the private entities also, helping them to understand the bigger picture, because, it's not just individual projects, how it's going to help the overall economy, how it's going to kind of bring growth over there. It's also, sometimes important to help them understand that. And I've seen people sometimes, they could have a very a narrow vision and think this is the file that I've got and this is what I need to process. But then how it's, maybe the delay is impacting the larger interest. When they kind of start understanding that, they will not sit on it for long. So I think that's also a very important part, that we need to make sure that we are that communication is on, that knowledge sharing is on, showing the larger picture is on. I think those things make a difference in getting things done.
Interesting. Let me raise the issue which we should not sidestep anymore. And Srishti, I would like you to weigh in, because you look closely at the risk factors while structuring contracts. Talking about states and individuals and Delhi and Kerala, infrastructure projects are also tools of politics. Right. There was a reason why the railway ministry used to be much sought after, Mr. Jain. Okay. Politicians from Bihar and Bengal would, seek that ministry, because, a lot of jobs are involved. In fact, infra projects do create a lot of jobs if they are done rightly. With Gati-Shakti coming in, has political consideration become less of a factor? Has that made a difference?
So I think it has, but there's still long distance to go. The way it has helped is that it has added a certain amount of transparency, because when you can see that there is this set of projects that are ongoing, and then after some time then you again see that that project is still ongoing, and then the second time, the third time, so it adds a certain amount of accountability. There is somebody who has to answer why these projects are getting delayed. So to that extent, it has reduced, the, let's say, political intervention, but there is still a long way to go. And I think what is also happening is that there is, in general, a larger motivation to get, to build infrastructure in the country, which I can say from my own experience, I have seen that over the years it has increased significantly, which was not there. And I think that is beyond, sector, like small political motivations.
Well, I would disagree that there are any political undertones or overtones in terms of, some of the problems we face in some specific state or district. I don't think it's political at all, because it will be unfair to say that if a state has not adopted a particular policy, there are political reasons. There is not. Absolutely, categorically no politics involved. But what happens is, many a time within the state, there is no consensus. There are different lobbies, different people in the ministry. Somebody says, we cannot give this, there is so much revenue involved, and so on. So there are different considerations, but definitely not politics. We have not ever in any state come that because of politics, infrastructure permissions are not being given. I can categorically say that we have never experienced.
Thank you. Mr. Jain, this is not a question you can avoid. Fair enough. Okay, let's pause again. Any more questions from the audience? Nivedita, can somebody get her a mic, please? I'll come back to you. Lady here. And somebody? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, I'm Nivedita. My question is for Mr. Akhil Gupta. A lot has been said on last mile connectivity and how Gati-Shakti can help. Do you really think in telecom sector especially, last mile connectivity can be solved with a project or a scheme like Gati-Shakti, especially rural connectivity?
Nivedita, last mile is a pretty dubious term, because it can depend on many things. Connecting a village on optic fiber can be last mile. Connecting every house in a village can be last mile. But whatever definition you may put, definitely Gati Shakti kind of portal and putting all the information together will help that process, without a doubt.
So whether it's 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, you think it will have an impact?
Yeah, because whether it's 2G or 4G or 5G or coming days 6G, you will need infrastructure, you'll need telecom towers to put up the equipment. So if you can get those permissions quickly, certainly it will help. Wireline, wireless, everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shreya is raising her hand. Shreya, I will come back to you. I would have come to you even if you hadn't raised your hand. But a young man behind you in dark suit raised his hand first. Yeah.
Greetings all. Sir, my question may sound ultra-biased to the agenda, but I would be grateful if the panel can comment that through the aspirational projects like Gati-Shakti Connect, is India, apart from boosting its economy, sidelining the ecology of our nation? Like, though this may appear very environment-friendly, draft or a policy as we say, but still the reality is often disappointing. So I would like the panel to comment on this, please.
Is the reality different from theory? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Like, despite of having various, saving rivers, like the campaigns, still we see in our immediate vicinity, like it's a very layman question, like a river Yamuna. It's full of form, like despite of so many, frameworks. So, like, does the projects like Gati Shakti undermine the ecological factor of a country? Like, how do they, if they do?
Actually, in this regard, you must remember that we are working for integration of the assets basically, or the facilities available with us. We, through the multimodal logistics also, we are trying to integrate waterways to the railway and railways to the highways, etc. You will see that lots of attention is also being paid to the waterways also. And number two, wherever any infra project is being planned, firstly, it is now through this particular Gati Shakti portal, we can see the areas which are no-go areas, so that the ecological or environmental disturbances is minimum. Number two, we see that which are the mode of transport which are sustainable for the development of the country. We see the railway is fuel efficient, enviro friendly, cost wise 1/6 of the road transport. And any developed country, say US or China, Russia, they have got a share, model share in the transportation of about 45-50% through the rail. While in India, right now we are having railway share only 26-27%. So right now we should realize that for the sustainable growth, for a country to become the third biggest economy in time to come, we have to put more emphasis on the railway infra, so that the cost of transportation, that is the logistic cost, also reduces. At the same time, it is very environment friendly. So this Gati Shakti, that's why railway has prepared a national rail plan. And the aim is to provide supply before demand. And the aim is that rail model share should increase to improve the environmental conditions in the country through the transportation. So I don't agree with yours that with the development of the infra, development is very much necessary. But at the same time, wherever we are disturbing, we have to take care of that one. Say in any project, if we are cutting say X number of trees, it is our moral or otherwise statutory requirement that 10 times of the trees are not only grown, has to be seen as a grown. And it is not the 10 times, we have to do it multiple times, and people, and in our department also, we are willingly doing more and more the tree plantation wherever it is feasible. So for the development, the requirement of the environmental disturbances are always taken care of. I feel we are not at all affecting that one.
Yeah.
So I just supplement what Mr. Jain is saying. What we are also seeing is that for any projects that are being planned, depending on what are the guidelines of MOEF stage 1, stage 2 approvals, I don't see that actually getting compromised. So for example, of late there is a lot of talk about storage projects, energy storage projects, and because the cost of battery is very high, a lot of pumped storage projects are being developed. But whenever I speak to all our clients, they're all planning for the necessary approvals, and they're cognizant that they will need approvals if these are forest land, and what is the time required to take these approvals from MOEF. So in practice, like even the private sector players, when they are planning projects, they are keeping in mind the timelines required for any type of environmental approvals.
Does the reality live up to the promise?
No, I think there is a lot of responsible development. I will say it's happening. So I think with this scale of development that you're looking at, infrastructure development across the country, if there is any hope of that happening, with environment in mind and sustainability and things like that, I think Gati-Shakti does help to provide that level of transparency, that level of collaboration, which will, as Mr. Jain very rightly said, things happening. Even, when we do our own airport development, same responsibilities. Trees, in case, first we try to protect. If we can't, then of course, they are transplanted, or 1:10 kind of a thing, and that's statutory, but we try and do more. So that's the level of responsibility which has come, which people are kind of taking. In fact, in our case, just to give you an idea, like 100% of the power which is coming to Delhi airport is from renewable energy sources. So that's, nobody's telling us. We've kind of gone on our
100%.
Own. Yes, 100%. So we do through solar and hydro. So this is, what we're doing. So I think, and I think we are just one example. There are many others across, in the sector who are feeling very responsible to make sure that we are striking that balance, making sure we are on those lines. In fact, even we are on target. There's an Airports Council International which gives levels of accreditation of what is you're doing in terms of sustainability, and the highest level is level 4+. And we are only the second airport in the world. Dallas is one, and we are the second to have that level 4+ rating from Airports Council International for our initiatives on sustainability. So, and we'll be the first one to go net zero by 2030, which is like 20 years ahead of what the government has mandated. So there is if you're concerned about the future is in the right hands. It's bright because people are responsibly developing the infrastructure.
Yes, in fact, if I might point out, of course, foam in the Yamuna is a real problem, and it's a visible problem. But the coal secretary was there in the previous session, and he talked about how the movement of coal from the mines to the nearest railhead has now changed. Instead of traveling on road, now travels on a conveyor belt, which of course lessens the environment impact, and several other examples are there. But let's get to Shreya. Shreya, can somebody get a mic to Shreya, please? Right there in the middle.
Hi, thank you all for the insights, and this question is addressed to everyone at the panel. I'll just take forward the environment and sustainability point that was raised, a very important discussion when we talk about infrastructure growth. You did talk about the clearance process and everything. Good, that is taken into account. I'll just look at it from a different angle. How is climate adaptation being made part of this infrastructure development? And I ask this because infrastructure project and such large scale projects would be in the first line of impact when it comes to extreme weather events, and we have seen several examples over the last 2 years. So is Gati-Shakti already doing that? And if not, would you want to give some piece of advice on how to weave climate adaptation, sustainability into large scale infrastructure growth? Thank you.
It's addressed to all of you.
Well, I have a feeling that we are all taking Gati Shakti to be some kind of a magic wand. I don't think it should be treated like a magic wand. It cannot solve all the problems. But yes, when there is better coordination, there is less digging, there is no repeated effort. That all is environmental friendly. So Gati Shakti is not ensuring it, but it is helping in achieving that environmental aims.
One thing further I will add to that one, that railway is now going to the zero emission label basically. 100% electrification and switching over to the renewable energy wherever possible. And we are even trying all possible models for the RE. Number 3, wherever possible, we are now integrating our system in such a way that in one go only we have to do the work. I would like to say in that sense that DFC has been created by best utilization of the existing land first. Wherever it was not possible to utilize the existing land, then only we have shifted for the land acquisition. So all these measures are being taken so that our development is sustainable and we can actually take care of all what you have pointed out, climate adaptation, etc. These long measures of the railway, mainly zero emission label, 100% electrification. You will wonder that earlier Western DFC was planned with no electrification, with the diesel traction only. But later, immediately around 2014-15, it was decided no, here also we will go. Then the challenge was, in Western DFC we have to run double stack containers and the electric wire height will be too high, that is around 7.5 meter. And world over we don't have that much of the height for the overhead electric wire for the train operations. And we made trials and finally we concluded, yes, we can go ahead. And you will wonder, I will have to again ask all what we pointed out, AI chatbot, etc. I have never come across that in world, nowhere this much of the height of the OHE has been provided except in WDFC. So again, this is what for? It is only for protecting our climate.
Out of curiosity, Mr. Jain, 2014 was not too long ago. So why was diesel considered a good option at that time?
Actually, that was the main reason was the export-import traffic. Actually, for the export-import, we wanted to run the double stack containers. And double stack container needed the height of the OHE much higher. And at that time, we didn't have that particular experimented overhead electric wire which can go up to 7.5 meter height. Our normal OHE height is 5.1 meter or 5.5 meter. And again I will say, world over there is nowhere this 7.5 meter high OHE have been provided. Our pantograph on the electric loco is also catering to that much of the height. Yes.
Sanjeev.
Yeah, I think I kind of touched about on this topic in detail in my previous answer, but you know, to kind of answer your point more specifically, as I said, when businesses are looking at growing, I mean, the ESG norms, you know, people are kind of already doing that. What Gati Shakti is bringing is kind of catalyzing the whole process. So, you know, it's not really, you know, nothing that needs to be done on the Gati Shakti front. I think it's more of, you know, the businesses when the planning itself is done, you're taking all those into account. Like, I mean, I was giving an example of Delhi Airport. Like, we've gone completely, you know, EV on our complete fleet at the Delhi Airport. We switched over, you know, last year to complete EVs. Now, nobody told us to do that, but, you know, we've done that. So, I think businesses are doing that. So, the good thing is with Gati Shakti, projects moving faster, accelerated growth, maybe this change for good may happen faster.
Srishti, does climate come up often enough in your discussions?
Very often. In fact, now most investors would want to do like an environment impact assessment before they are committing capital. And what we are also seeing is that there are certain pools of capital which are actually raised for green infrastructure, which is why you see a sudden thrust in investment activity in renewable energy, because globally there are funds which are being raised for energy transition, impact investment. So this is a topic that comes continuously in all infrastructure financing discussions.
Of course, impact investing was quite a topic of discussion after COVID arrived, I think. Yeah.
Yes, and see, impact assessment now has become much wider. So, earlier it was mostly around, job creation maybe, but today it also includes health, it includes education, it includes, increasing the per capita income above a certain threshold, along with, sustainability and environment.
Okay. Two more hands going up. Dhruvaksh raised his hand first. Can somebody get him a mic, please? To my left here. Here. This side. Okay.
I already have.
He has the mic, as well.
Okay, go first.
Yeah.
So I have two questions. Basically, one, we have talked about infrastructure bottlenecks, and in the past, private participation in infrastructure, especially in PPP projects, has always been a secondary topic of discussion, because planning bottlenecks have always been the first issue at the fore, where projects would simply not get planned. And so now that infrastructure bottlenecks, also planning bottlenecks are being taken care of through this Gati-Shakti platform, can we finally talk about PPP reforms? Can we finally talk about actual policy reforms that are needed to push private investment in the country? What would these reforms be, and what is the way forward in pushing these reforms? My second question is, can we please have more clarity on insulating the impact of Gati-Shakti from an actual budgetary push? A lot of results that we see in execution of projects are because of an increased extraordinary push that infrastructure has gotten over the last 3 years, where COVID caused private sector capex cycle to fall, and the government has been trying to initiate a virtuous cycle. A lot of everybody has nice things to say. All these investments are happening because the government has been pushing. Would this impact, would these be the same nice things to say if the government would take its foot off the pedal on the capex? Will that virtuous cycle really start now that these planning bottlenecks are away?
Impact on capex. Yeah, Srishti.
So I think let me take the second question first, because see, on reforms, it is a topic by itself which can take weeks, if not months of discussion. But if I was to say one sentence, see, actually it's a continuous journey. We'll never be able to say that yes, infrastructure investment framework has been reformed and PPP framework is perfectly fine-tuned. So it's an ongoing journey, and genuinely we have seen that efforts are being made, concession agreements are being made stronger, finance. Today, for example, bank financing for infrastructure projects is readily available. But if I think back 15, 20 years, when I started doing infrastructure financing, banks used to be very, very nervous about financing infrastructure, and it used to be only the PSU banks, who would finance infrastructure. So we've come a long way, and it's a continuous journey. I've forgotten the second question.
Dhruvaksh, your other question?
I think you mentioned something about PPP projects, right? Well, my experience in business has been, if a project is financially feasible and the investors can feel that they can get good returns out of it, all other things will follow. The PPP model, private model, foreign capital, debt, equity, hybrid capital, everything will come. We need to ensure that the projects are financially feasible, and like Srishti made the point earlier, the risk involved is identifiable, quantifiable, and low. If you ensure that, all other models will automatically follow, as per my experience.
Okay, yeah. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah. So good evening everyone. My name is Roshan Bucha. So I represent an infrastructure software company, Bentley Systems. So far what we heard in the discussion is, or what I can gauge is that Gati-Shakti is a platform where all the GIS layers of different departments are coming together and accordingly are planning your infrastructure. So I have one question, can we go one step forward, that how can we integrate the advanced technologies like IoT sensors or LiDAR data or the drone data, where it can help you more robust planning in future as well, where you can get a real-time monitoring of your projects as well and accordingly you can plan. So it's for Mr. Jain.
Yes, what you have pointed out is very correct, that Gati-Shakti platform is just a beginning. And here we have got the digitized data for each and every existing facility, plant facility, and which are in pipeline. And what you have pointed out, that with the execution of the project, entire detail should be seen on that particular platform.
Sir.
Yes, with your type of the persons coming up with the latest technology and AI working, surely it will happen. And no doubt that nowadays for the project monitoring we are utilizing that type of the tools only. That virtually or really real-time basis the project progress is being seen at everywhere through different type of the dashboards, etc.
Yeah, basically you are building a digital twin of your physical assets.
Yes. So that is the time, yes, it has to be there. So this will come in reality also, but right now this is basically a platform where all the departmental issues get resolved, NOC related issues, clearance related issues, standardization is taking place through this one. In next version, what you have pointed out, that will surely come in time to come.
So already a lot of digital technologies are being used, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, there is a question here. Somebody, a microphone, please.
Yeah, good evening. This platform of Gati-Shakti is connecting, giving all the details for the future infrastructure projects. So my question is, all the private players are also involved and the government players are also involved. So how seamless is the information flow from one desired party to get the information for a specific project? Because specifically the private party, they would have some proprietary information. They might have invested good amount of money in DPR and planning whole lot of things. So whether the exchange of information is seamless, or there are challenges in that for sharing the information between within the partners actually who are connected with the Gati-Shakti network.
As far as I am aware, it's pretty seamless, because private players are mandated to put the information of the infrastructure they are creating on this portal. So it becomes a general information after that. I haven't seen much of a resistance, but Mr. Dua here can, I think, give.
But like some...
A microphone here, please, to Mr. Dua.
Thank you very much. Actually, this Gati-Shakti itself is not government. It is all, even the private sector, operators, infrastructure providers, network providers, everybody is on board. Every information that is shared, that is how they connect, this portal connects everybody to have this information. There is nothing which is not available on the portal.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, I had one more question. That, okay, so far so good. What is the next step? Which can sound like a stereotypical question, but CII recently said that if the government could share the Gati-Shakti data with the private sector, filtering out the sensitive information, of course, then the private sector could perhaps increase its capex. Is that a fair thing? Do you see that happening? Yeah. It is being shared already. Okay. Srishti.
So just building on what you're saying, in fact, there is, it is almost like Mr. Jain was saying, it is a starting point, right? And, for when there is similar type of infrastructure being built in various states, learnings from one state can easily be applied to the other state. So I think what will also help is that if the scope of Gati-Shakti be expanded, like a Gati-Shakti version 2.0, where what are the operating parameters of infrastructure projects, if that can be shared. So, if, for example, to Mr. Jain's point, if we know that there is a availability that is being underwritten by railways and what has been the historic track record of availability. Similarly, if, for example, we are talking of highways, what is the typical heavy traffic on a particular network? I think all of that can actually lead to even further better planning of infrastructure. So that could be version 2.0 of Gati-Shakti.
Okay. Do you anticipate any challenges arising in the future which Gati-Shakti scope can be widened or tweaked to tackle anything that you anticipate?
I'm a very firm believer in learning to walk before you run. I think it's a great beginning. Let's enjoy it. It will automatically grow. We don't need to, overanalyze this.
Yeah. Sanjeev, anything about widening the scope?
I think Mr. Gupta has put it very well, but I think we're still learning. I mean, we're still kind of understanding the scope, the impact, the benefits. And I think there's a lot of learning that we need to gather from there and take it to the next level. And also one more point to add to your previous question. I think definitely when this kind of information is made available to the private sector, it helps in understanding the risks better. If you de-risk a project, or what are the risks you can mitigate it, then obviously it enhances the value. So it does raise the level of interest, with this kind of access to information.
Yeah.
Actually,
only
one thing I would like to add.
Please go ahead.
In last year budget also, and in time to come also, actually through this Gati-Shakti platform, for the railway it is now very easy to look into which are the last mile projects which are still having missing links. The lines which are yet to be provided to connect the coal sidings or the collieries. Similarly, the port connectivity. It is not that we were not aware of these missing links, but now on the one platform at one time, we can look at this particular aspect, that these are the port connectivities which are to be strengthened. These are the coal mines which have not been connected, are having the routes through the roads, or these are the last mile connectivities to the industries. So say last time also, railways have allocated 75,000 crores of infra projects only for the last mile connectivity. And all these can be very easily seen on this particular portal. So this portal has proved itself very much that it is very beneficial so far as planning, macro level planning is concerned. And at the same time, at the micro level, when we go to implement the project, we can see all the hindrances available at the field. So from macro to micro, this particular platform is very, very beneficial for infra development.
Right. Srishti, let me get back to the point you raised right in the beginning, that infrastructure development is something that not only requires enormous capital, but also patient capital. Now, sovereign wealth funds and pension funds you mentioned. Now, is there a way that Gati-Shakti can help us package our infra projects in a way that attracts these patient investors from abroad more and more?
So, Suvin, I think we've covered most of the points around how it helps mitigate risk, how it also helps give you better visibility on when the projects will get commissioned. I think the only other point I'll add is that it also gives such long-term investors visibility to, what is the future pipeline of projects. So, when a large pension fund invests in India, typically what we've seen is they will hesitate to do very small deals because, these are large funds. They can only, focus on very large capital being deployed with a single partner. So typically you would see that they would want to do a $200, $300 million plus deal and then scale it up to 500 million plus. And if they're able to see that, yes, this is the pipeline of projects which will come in the next 3 to 5 years. So yes, I can actually deploy a large amount of capital. It actually becomes an enabler. So I think that would be the only other aspect that I will add, but around the risks and the mitigation of all these risks, we've already covered.
Great. Any closing points, Sanjeev or Mr. Jain?
I think we've deliberated enough, and I think it's a very positive thing, and we are looking forward to the impact. As I said, we as look at airports and aviation, so we've kind of created these hubs. Hubs, if you look at globally, they only succeed if you have the spokes to feed in. And we see that, Gati Shakti could be that enabler where it helps to build this, spokes by building infrastructure, beyond airports in the tier 2 and tier 3, where these will then feed into the larger ecosystem of aviation in the country. So I think we are looking at it with a lot of promise, with a lot of, the positive things coming out of it.
Mr. Jain?
Actually, closing remarks, I would have two parts actually.
Sure.
Number one, related to the Gati Shakti. Yes, it is very handy and very useful for the planning and also to the implementation. And what we have seen that recently when we worked for the 3 new DPRs for the DFC, very, very handy. We could find out the actual alignment, though LIDAR gives us all the details within a 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer width of the range. But where are the nodes for the traffic? How far is the port from this particular location? Will we get any connectivity or not? What are the mines in the nearby? Are we passing through the mines or nearby the mines? Each and every type of the minor details can be obtained on this platform itself. So for preparation of the new DPRs, this is really very, very handy and very important tool for the working. So this is related to Gati Shakti. And before they close their views, I would add one thing.
Sure.
That is related to the Samastipur. Just other way, lighter part of that one. I was posted at Samastipur. You may be knowing it is in North Bihar. I worked there as 2 years for divisional railway manager. Only one particular incident I would like to share with you. When I joined there, I could find there is a station Madhubani.
Yes.
And when I
famous
reached
for
there,
its paintings actually.
When I reached there, in a survey of 140 stations of Indian Railway, it was placed at 479th in cleanliness list. So when I reached, I found that my station Madhubani was the dirtiest station in Indian Railway. At that time, I was not aware what the Bihar or North Bihar is, because I mostly worked in western or the northern part of the India. Mostly Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Gujarat and like that. I was new to that area also. When I reached the Madhubani station, I have heard about the Mithila painting, but I could not see even a single Mithila painting on the station also. And all of the sudden, our team decided something special, and you will wonder that we painted the entire station white, and we requested all the painters, Mithila knowing painters, mostly girls and ladies, that you come to the station, you paint the Mithila painting, we will provide you a space with the paint and brush and all arrangements, but do it free of cost as your what we call Shramdan. We will take all logistic support for bringing, and you did, and we will put your name also with the mobile number also. So only 10 or 20 came first day. We announced it again, and after within a 7 days or so, more than 100 Mithila painters, girls mostly, came from the villages. And then the station, entire station became the gallery of the Mithila painting. Not a single spot of the station was left other than the Mithila painting. And then the station was judged best third station in the list of the cleanest station. And the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal Sahab, who is yet to arrive, he gave us a special award for that particular outstanding work. So anyway,
what an amazing story, Mr. Jain, really.
Now you can also see on the social platform or otherwise that the station has transformed into a something like gallery of the Mithila painting. Thank you.
What a story. Akhil bhai, we are making closing remarks.
Let me say, I think it's a great beginning and a very, very important beginning. And I would call upon everybody, whether in private sector, public sector, or any government department, to keep on providing more and more information, more and more suggestions, how we can improve it. And I think it will be an evolution. This will improve. More and more elements, artificial intelligence, etc., which were mentioned, they will keep getting added. but I think we should enjoy this journey. It's a phenomenal effort on part of the government, and only obviously government could have done it because they are the only ones to mandate everybody to put the information. So it's a great step, and we all need to take a pledge to keep on adding to this wonderful platform which has been created.
Thank you. With that, we come to a close of this discussion. It was illuminating, even if a bit long enough, as Sanjeev said. But I'm glad to be here. You have been a great audience. I must thank all the panelists. It's not a magic wand, but it's a great beginning, and I think better things to come.
Could I request you to stay back on stage, please? Thank you very much. That was a lovely discussion, and what a lovely anecdote to end on, the Madhubani station. Could I please request Ms. Sangeeta Khiora, Vice President, Business Standard, and Mr. Sachin Phansikar, Chief Operating Officer of Business Standard, to come on stage? Thank you very much. Could I request Ms. Khiora to please return on stage to say a few words?
Good evening to all of you. On behalf of Business Standard, it is a great honor and privilege to welcome all present here to a successful Gati-Shakti Connect discussions. Special thanks to our distinguished panels for both the sessions. I take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. Financial partner, Indian Railway Finance Corporation, co-sponsors MMRDA and IIFCL, logistics partner Safe Express, and our webcast partner 24 Frames. Thank you all. Over to you, Vinu.
The Minister will be with us shortly, so request you all to please stay seated. Thank you.
request everyone to please take their seats. The Minister is with us. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor and pleasure to welcome Mr. Piyush Goyal as the chief guest at this special business standard event, Gati-Shakti Connect. Mr. Goyal needs no introduction. He is the Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, and the leader of the Rajya Sabha. Mr. Goyal has had a long and fruitful political and social life. He strongly believes that good economics make for good politics, and that the country is today at the cusp of a development explosion. During his current tenure as Minister of Commerce and Industry, India achieved its highest ever exports of about 675 billion in 2011-12. He led the signing of the free trade agreement with UAE, the fastest ever negotiated FTA globally, and the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, India's first agreement with a developed country after a decade. He oversaw the launch of production-linked incentive schemes to bring manufacturing at the center stage and emphasize its significance in driving growth and creating jobs. As Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, he led the implementation of the world's largest food security program, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, by distribution of free food grains to nearly 80 crore people over 2 years, providing support to the poor, vulnerable, weaker sections of the society who were affected by most during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many thanks, sir, for agreeing to be here with us, and look forward to your fireside chat with Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. May I now invite AKB to please start the fireside with the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Sailesh. Good evening, Mr. Minister. Thank you once again for coming here and sparing your time for this session. I know Sailesh, my colleague, has given you a brief introduction, but I cannot resist sharing with this audience three specific attributes of Mr. Goyal, which I think we should all feel good about. Number one, he was a topper as a law student in Bombay. He was also stood second in the All India rank as a chartered accountant. That is number one. Number two, Mr. Goyal is also till today the longest serving railway minister since 2009. 14 years. You have had a stint, sir, of little close to 4 years, which is so far in the last 14 years has been beaten by, after Lalu Yadav, I think you are the longest serving railway minister. And so we are all journalists, sir. So and as a finance minister, he presented an interim budget that probably laid down what is called a welfarist government, a government that believes and commits itself to the idea of welfarism. It was in the interim budget of 2019 in February that Mr. Goyal announced what is called the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana. The name is very long, but I am making it short. So I think these are the three attributes I think this audience must keep in mind when we have this chat with the Minister. I will straight get into the subject, Mr. Goyal, and I would like you to just, as I was telling you on our way to the stage, that we had this about 4 hours of hectic, animated discussion on Gati-Shakti. Can you briefly tell us, and this audience, your perspective, and what is the broad vision that underlines Gati-Shakti, the idea that the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, had talked about, so that we get your vision qualify the whole idea of Gati-Shakti?
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Thank you, Celestji. That was more than a generous introduction. Couple of housekeeping issues. The export number was 22-23, $776 billion collectively between goods and services. I didn't know about railways because I never actually tried to see it. But I do remember in the coal ministry I had a board, which the government always has a board. I think coal would be a more interesting statistic to look up. As my senior colleague Digvijay Singh in Parliament had once commented, trying to attack me as coal minister ke koile ki dalali mein sabke haath kale. And I had stood up and retorted that we are proud of the fact that हमने अपने हाथ तो छोड़ो उंगली तक को काला नहीं होने दिया. So I think the coal stint would probably be a longer term record. Because coal was an area where more frequent changes used to take place. And Prime Minister bestowed his confidence on me for the full 5 years, from 14 to 19. Coming to Gati-Shakti, the concept of Gati-Shakti was first articulated by Mr. Modi nearly 15 years ago, when he was Gujarat Chief Minister around 2008. And it's not just about knowing that a road is going to be built, so if there's somebody else who wants to lay a optical fiber cable or he wants to lay a water pipeline, he should do it in advance so that the road is not dug up again and again and again, which used to be a pain point we have all experienced. Brand new, fresh road. We're very happy to travel on it for a few months. And then you see, oh, it's all broken. Why? The new optic fiber cable being laid, or a water pipeline, or a sewage drain being done up. This is the least of what Gati-Shakti is all about. These are all the, what do you call, very, very peripheral incidentals thereto type of things, which also the country will benefit with better planning. The Prime Minister's vision was that the country, a large country of the size of India, with scarce resources at its command, should get the highest bang for every buck that we spend of public money, and ultimately whatever we are spending is your money. All of you taxpayers, directly through income tax, indirectly through GST, through property tax, one or the other way, are contributing to run government. And it is your money that we have to put to good use. And I don't recall my interim budget, which I presented to be a welfare state base. But there were two aspects of that budget that I feel worth mentioning. One was, that's the budget which for the first time recognized and appreciated the role of taxpayers.
Yeah.
And if you recall, I repeatedly thanked the Indian taxpayer for contributing to the country, country's progress, growth, development, and assured them that every rupee that you are putting into government coffers is put to good use, honest use. And you don't have to worry that your money is going into middleman's hand or corruption and all of that, which has today become one of our calling cards of the Modi government. That what we said, कि पाई पाई का हिसाब भी मिलता है और पाई पाई का सदुपयोग होता है. The other aspect was not so much, PM Kisan was a wonderful scheme, and I think it has really helped nearly 140 million farmers all across the country. Even currently over 80 or 85 crore
85,000 crore.
85 million farmers
are getting it.
Are getting a benefit of that. But the fact of life is that in that budget, the Honorable Prime Minister had articulated a series of measures that were his vision for making India a developed nation. If you were to Google and go back into some of the things, That's where he had kind of laid down the vision of a developed India, the foundational building blocks that are required. And PM Gati-Shakti comes out of his vision to make India a developed nation, his mission to make India corruption free, and corruption is not necessarily only monetary corruption. When a project is delayed for 30 years and 20 years, it's another form of corruption. It's a misuse of your money. Time and cost overruns have a dual effect. Not only is it a drain on the exchequer in terms of the added investment or cost, but the period of delay is opportunity lost. That same infrastructure, if it is implemented in time, it serves the country far longer and much earlier. And PM Gati-Shakti was his concept that if we were to map all the available resources and all the data points of the country's existing topography, existing infrastructure, existing utilities, we would be able to plan smarter, we would be able to implement smarter, and ensure that cost and time overruns can be saved, bring down the cost of projects with efficiency, and effectively serve the needs of the people of India. Of course, in the earlier sessions, and I'm sure my senior colleague and very, very distinguished Special Secretary, Ms. Sumita Davram, would have explained how it works and how the different data layers from the central government databases, from state government databases all talk to each other. Not literally talk so that tomorrow you don't ridicule me in a meme on social media, but who interact with each other through APIs and draw from the databases encompassing some 1300 plus layers of data. Many from the central databases, many from different state databases, all of them converging when we are doing any planning of a project or when we are working out the best way to implement a project. And why does it help? How does it help? Since you mentioned railways, traditionally in one budget a railway project would be announced. Years would go by before an andolan would start or a agitation, and the people would realize, oh, we did announce a project, but nothing has happened. So next budget they would announce a survey. And then for years you would see a survey going on till another state election or national election came up, and now you have to offer the people some reason why there's been no progress. So you say now survey is completed, this is the route, and land acquisition notices are taken out. And for years land acquisition is going on because all of this was not taken care of at the stage of project planning itself. And you suddenly realize that you are trying to acquire a piece of land, but there's a 20-storied building standing there. You certainly can't acquire a land with 20-storied building which is coming in the way of your railway project. And like that, you have projects. Incidentally, there's a project in West Bengal, and I'm not taking the West Bengal example for political reasons. I'm only taking it because Mr. Bhattacharya is sitting here and he comes from West Bengal. There's a project, sir, which was started in the 70s. Am I right, sir? You recall that project? You're from the railways. Right. He was my colleague in the railways. That, not DFC. This is that railway project which was started in 74. 1974, a railway project was initiated. If you Google anybody, you'll find out the name and tell me just now. And we are in 2023. It's an abandoned project. It was to be a project, I think, of 100 crores or something. वो मुझे एकदम याद नहीं आ रहा है. 1000 crore तो खर्च चुके होंगे अभी तक. उसका नामो निशान नहीं है. जो लैंड खरीदा वो लैंड भी शायद अभी तक एनक्रोच हो गया होगा.
Ghanikant Chaudhary was the railway. Ghanikant Chaudhary must have been the railway minister.
रेलवे ट्रैक जो खरीदा होगा उसके लिए वो चोरी हो गया होगा. लैंड एनक्रोच, रेलवे ट्रैक जो भी ले किया होगा वो चोरी हो गया होगा. And there's no way in hell that project can ever be implemented. Because the whole process would take years and years. When you started, what your concept was, and when you end, there's no linkage left. So what does Gati-Shakti do? Gati-Shakti, having laid out the available topography, available infrastructure, and all of them available on the various layers of data. Now if I want to start, let's say, the expressway from Delhi to Mumbai, I don't have to do any survey on the ground, which would otherwise take probably 5 years to do. Going area to area, land parcel to land parcel, calculating angles, curves, all of that. I can design that on CAD, on the computer, feed it into Gati-Shakti. In Gati-Shakti, it will traverse the whole distance through the maps. And these 1300 data layers will all keep feeding into that survey and giving you the red lines or the alarms. Oh, it's touching a wildlife sanctuary, you need to amend it. You need to relook at the alignment.
That's right.
Because God forbid you start a project, 3 years later you realize there's a wildlife sanctuary in between. And then you start the process of getting a wildlife approval. At least 10 years off your project. If at all you can implement it. Because generally in the wildlife sanctuary you'll never get now permission to set up a railway line.
That's right. Yeah.
So an alarm will come in, or you'll get to know it's touching a wildlife sanctuary. You need to realign. It touches a river and it shows that you need a 1 kilometer bridge. Then you can play around on the system and see if we were to realign it a little bit, move the railway line maybe just 1 degree. Give it a curvature just of 1 degree on the map. You may actually hit the river at a point where only a 100-meter bridge may be required. The river is different widths all over. You may hit a mountain range which may need a 6-kilometer long tunnel. And now with the laws requiring 2 tunnels, a second tunnel for escape and rescue. Imagine massive cost and time taken to make a 6-kilometer tunnel or a 1-kilometer tunnel. But should you amend it slightly, you may find a location where you could do with a 500-meter tunnel. Cut your cost, cut your time.
That's right.
You know, you can literally plan the whole project in 2 weeks from Delhi to Mumbai through this technology and make it a project which can be implemented in 4 or 5 years.
That's
and
right.
as Mr. Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister, often says, इस सरकार की विशेषता है कि हम प्रोजेक्ट का उद्घाटन भी खुद, हम प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास भी खुद करते हैं, भूमि पूजा भी खुद करते हैं और उसका उद्घाटन भी खुद करते हैं.
That's right.
ऐसा नहीं होता है कि सदियों से जो प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं उसका उद्घाटन का काम कोई और सरकार को आके करना पड़े. Gati-Shakti's idea he conceptualized in 2008 or 9, and for years he has been trying to sensitize states and government to understand what his concept is. I've been in the private sector 35 years as well.
That's right. Yeah.
No, now I'm 9 years in government, so about 34 years, you're right. I've started young. Yeah. I started very young in my age. And in my life, I've not come across a more game-changing and brilliant idea for infrastructure planning, for area planning, for country planning, for preparing the foundation of a developed nation, more powerful than PM Gati-Shakti.
Yeah.
It took us 10 years to understand what the Prime Minister was trying to say, or more than 10 years, 10, 11 years. And then 3-4 years to literally prepare that until we launched it in 2021.
Right. Yeah. So, Mr. Minister, I think thank you very much for giving such a detailed answer and also the philosophical background to the idea of Gati Shakti. What have been the actual gains in terms of the cost reduction and the delays in projects that you were talking about? Are there any ballpark numbers that can give us an idea of what have been those new parameters or project execution by way of cost as well as by way of time?
Well, off the cuff, I wouldn't have it, but I can certainly provide you and to your paper.
Sure.
Through the railways, through the roadways, for the ports, various initiatives where we have so far been using Gati Shakti. But if I may borrow a phrase from the very old famous classic, it's quite elementary, my dear Watson. Whose was that?
This was Arthur Conan Doyle.
Yeah. It's very elementary. The examples I gave you, if instead of a project getting stuck in a wildlife sanctuary, if the whole route is such that it's not going to touch any forest, or even if it does, I know it today. So when I'm starting to plan that, I'll start the approval process. I won't get to know about it 3 years later. If I reduce the survey time from 2 years to 2 weeks, if I'm planning or doing a costing of a project today, and if I'm implementing it with overruns over 20 years, then I have no way of knowing what I'm finally going to spend. But if the whole project planning has gone efficiently, and I know from start to finish it's a 5-year project, every year I'll need so much budget, finance is in the loop, so they know in future budgets they have to provide so much every year. The entire loose ends are all tied up. And the most cost-effective solution is planned on day one. So that at the least cost, with minimum disturbance and fastest possible implementation time. If you are implementing projects, I think, while I can give you specific benefits also, and right now it will be more philosophical or on paper, because we launched Gati Shakti only 2 years ago. And now those projects are all being implemented. But we can do some modeling and visualize that how in the traditional form, these same projects, how long they would take to plan, how long they would take to typically implement based on track record of other projects, compared to the speed with which projects are going on now. It would be not very difficult to do some maths on it. I can give you a data point that the dedicated freight corridors, and we're only doing 2 right now, were started some 15 years ago. 15 years ago. And until 2014, we had not even acquired the land, all of the land. There were huge parcels of land which were unacquired. And of course, contiguous land was non-existent. And we were still struggling with land acquisition notices, various sections of Acquisition Act, court cases and all of that. We continue to struggle till this date because of bad planning in 2008. अब मुंबई के पास JNPT के पहले एक झोपड़पट्टी के अंदर से वो जाती है. अब you know how difficult it would be to vacate a slum with a few thousand families. And the state government having to provide alternate location. When they provide alternate location, there's an agitation. We don't like that location. And I don't think till date it has got resolved. But if in 2008 they had a PM Gati Shakti type of model, it would have shown that there's a slum over there. And all these databases are coming from space. They are geospatial. From BISAC. PM Modi even started the institute 15 years ago when he conceptualized Gati Shakti. That space technology should be used for infrastructure planning. So, there's some political slugfest going on that how does Modi ji take credit for Chandrayaan 3? Of course, it's leadership that gets you there. He even visualized space helping our infrastructure 15 years ago. I promise you, if he had not consoled Sivan, Dr. Sivan that day, and given confidence to the whole team, that don't worry, failure is only a stepping stone to success. How he motivated the team over there, that fateful day. It hardly took 4 years to be not only back in action, but to succeed.
That's right.
नहीं तो हम कितने और मिशंस में पहले फेल हुए हैं उसके बाद 10-15 साल तक तो हिम्मत पे नहीं उठी थी उठने की.
That's right.
So it's a remarkable journey of Gati Shakti. Also in 2 years, we've been able to do some projects worth, I think, lakhs of crores. Yeah. How many would we have already gone through? 14 lakh crores? 12 lakh crore worth of projects have already been planned through the Gati Shakti model.
Okay.
All the 7 PM Mitra parks that we approved,
Okay.
they went through a rigorous Gati Shakti process before they were identified and planned. Huge railway projects, the Mount Abu railway project, for example, which was that Mount Abu to Taranga Hill. It's a project which was announced, I think, last year. That project, for a long time, the surveys and all were going on. When Gati Shakti came in,
That's right.
the speed with which it was done, the realignments were done. Now it's already implementation has started. And by the way, in Gujarat, they've gone one step further. As soon as the project runs through Gati Shakti and the routes and all are frozen and finalized, within 24 hours, since the route land is also mapped and land ownership is also mapped on PM Gati Shakti,
That's right.
it also takes out your land acquisition notices. Within 24, am I right? In Gujarat, they take out the land acquisition notice also, simultaneously with the approval of the project.
That's right.
Surveys done, they know exactly whose lands they will require, who owns those lands, what is the circle rate of those lands, and the notice for acquisition comes out within 24 hours of the day acquisition is approved.
Okay. One of the many gains, Mr. Minister, of Gati Shakti, as we all know, is that ministerial silos were sought to be broken. And along with that, a kind of a new cooperative federalism with the states were to be established. Can you give this audience a sense of how far has Gati Shakti reached in terms of breaking this ministerial silos at the central level and establishing a connect with the state governments, and how far more one has to travel in that distance?
Mr. Bhattacharya, this is a brilliant question, and I must place on record our deep appreciation of the cooperation we have got from the entire ecosystem.
Okay.
So, end to end, every state, every union territory has signed on to PM Gati Shakti. We've had workshops of PM Gati Shakti in almost all the states, probably not by almost all the states. Prime Minister himself has sat through Chief Secretaries' conferences where PM Gati Shakti has been presented to all the states, and the good part is that all the states, having signed on to it, are using PM Gati Shakti. They started developing layers of data for uploading on Gati Shakti. Some may be slightly slower, some are more aggressive. Like Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh are aggressive as hell in utilizing Gati Shakti. But I don't want to differentiate one or the other, be it West Bengal or Tamil Nadu or Kerala. All states, irrespective of political affiliations, all union territories are on board.
That's very reassuring, actually.
And all are using it, all are finding the benefit. And fortunately, the economic benefit of this is so huge that anybody not doing it, while of course there is some politics even in many other projects where states also and the people of states stand to benefit. Fortunately, in this one, am I right? Everybody is on board. They are all seeing the benefit. And I think some of the reason for their being on board is also the public pressure of delayed projects and the bad ill will that it gets them. And the advantage of the bureaucracy having bought into it. So much so that nobody could interfere, and the bureaucrats themselves. I acknowledge the role of all the officials in PSUs and government departments, central, state, all have contributed. By the way, I have now the data on the West Bengal project.
Okay.
It was Howrah to Amta.
Oh, yeah.
Howrah-Amta was included in 1974-75. And out of 110 kilometers that were planned, only 43 kilometers have been commissioned so far. 32 kilometers section is held up as the West Bengal government has not acquired the land. What is it now? 49 years after the project was
Almost
initiated.
half a century.
Yeah. 32 kilometers land acquisition has not even been done. Delay led to manifold increase in project cost and can continue only if the land now is provided by the West Bengal government. I'm just giving you an example.
Sure. There is also this, your assessment, I know, you work with the civil servants and civil service, and they play a key role in this. How do you think the civil servants have attuned themselves to this new style of functioning?
Brilliant.
And what more needs to be done in that?
I think the Indian civil service has been, of course, the Indian civil service is long dead and gone.
Sure.
But the current civil service, which comprises, is it still called Indian civil service? It used to be ICS was a British term, if I remember correctly. And we are unshackling ourselves from all the colonial.
That law's name has not been changed as yet, I think.
Is it? Then that's good input for me for today. Take it up. But all the officials from the senior most level to the junior most people in our teams, be it in central government, state, our PSUs, our various departments, all have been absolutely brilliant. I would say not just in Gati-Shakti, but by and large, save and except a few who may be too politicized, who may be under too much pressure at times of different political dispensations, who do not put nation first, but put their political interests or family interests first. That limited set of people I can't speak for. But by and large, I must place on record that the Indian bureaucracy has tuned themselves to the new way of working, the Modi government style of working, which demands higher transparency and honesty, a corruption-free working system, which demands there should be no discrimination. बिना भेदभाव के सरकारी काम होना चाहिए, सरकार के अच्छे काम लोगों तक पहुंचने चाहिए. No discrimination on caste, creed, religion, region, language, none of that. Irrespective of who anybody voted for, we never bother to see which ballot boxes came in our favor and which did not. We insist on discipline and efficiency.
Okay.
I think by and large, at all levels, they've come up winner. They've been very cooperative. The Prime Minister himself from the ramparts of the Red Fort on 15th August acknowledged the great support the Indian bureaucracy has given him.
That's right.
And if you recall, it's probably another first. Never before has a Prime Minister placed on record from the ramparts of the Red Fort the contribution of our bureaucracy. And finally, I can tell you it's a continuous process. I got delayed coming here, and my apologies. I should have started with my apologies. But why did I get delayed? I'm happy to share with you. I was sitting with Sumita ji and all our other colleague secretaries.
Yeah, we were told about it.
And we were discussing what? A program to be held next week. Not even next week, this week, sorry. A program to be held later this week.
That's right.
In which 5,000 team members from the departments that work under me, from the autonomous bodies or PSUs that are in the various ministries that work for me, and not only in Delhi. Many will travel from outside Delhi, the senior people, and the juniors will be connected through video link. And we'll be covering 6 topics that we have identified today. 6 sessions, 6 topics to A, motivate my team, B, help them to further improve their efficiency and contribute to nation building, and to make India a developed nation faster and better.
That's right.
That's what we're going to do on Saturday.
Fantastic.
It's a continuous process of team building, efficiency improvement, improving their own professional capabilities, helping them with ideas to further train them, or inviting them to give their ideas to us. So there's going to be a 1 hour, 1.5 hour open session also. Free for all, everybody can contribute with their ideas or thoughts.
A related question, Mr. Minister, please have your coffee, a related question, Mr. Minister, is that will it be correct to assume that this is what the central government is trying to achieve through Gati-Shakti with the help of the state government? And what role does the private sector have in this? Because it should not appear that, after all, infrastructure sector is also a public-private partnership play. So what role does the private sector have in the Gati-Shakti, and how do you see it evolving and flowering?
First of all, of course, Gati-Shakti has been a collective effort of all the states, UTs and the center. So there's a collective contribution of all the bureaucrats. And this is just one example amongst many where we have been able to truly bring cooperative federalism to the fore. Well, we'll always have a few states which create stubborn resistance to all that is good, sometimes for political reasons, sometimes for vested interests. But I think it's unfortunate, and the people of those states suffer. We feel sad about it. We don't feel happy about it at all. As regards your question about how the private sector can benefit or contribute, I have 2 points. One is, since a lot of this data is sensitive data, right now we are using it and testing it on all the government projects. By and large, the test results are so fabulous that now I think at some stage we'll have to look at segregating the secret or the sensitive data separately, so that the private sector can enjoy the fruits of the rest of the data. And for the sensitive data, maybe they can share with us their plans, and in a sanitized atmosphere, the government can help them or assist them using that data, but can't open it up to the public or give it to the private sector on a laptop or a pen drive. So it's in our agenda. Timelines have to be worked out. By and large, this first 2 years were phased where we wanted to be very, very sure, but the results are such fantastic results. And the demand from private sector is so much, it's overwhelming. Everywhere I go, I get demand from private sector. We want to get the benefits of Gati-Shakti for our project planning. But as I said, like PM Mitra, it's a private sector. It's something which will benefit private sector. All our infra projects ultimately are for the private sector. I'll give you an example. You've been to Bombay, you worked in Mumbai.
Sure.
You remember JNPT port when it came up?
Yes.
I don't know if you remember. We had a beautiful Mumbai-Delhi highway running Mumbai to Delhi, about 20 kilometers away from JNPT port. But that 20 kilometers, last mile connectivity, from that highway, 20, 30, I don't recall, it was a small patch.
30 kilometers.
30 kilometers. That patch connecting up to the port was probably the worst road that we had in India. Worst. And I'm a Mumbaikar, so I'm saying it with reasonable experience and responsibility. So much so, when I was running my factory and I had to go to port for any import consignment or export consignment, मैं अपनी रेगुलर गाड़ी नहीं लेके जाता था, क्योंकि रेगुलर गाड़ी में अगर एक बार जेएनपीटी चले गए तो 40-50 हजार का बिल आता था, पूरा सस्पेंशन चेंज करो, गियर्स लाइनिंग खत्म हो गई वगैरह वगैरह, और पता नहीं नीचे कितना और डैमेज हो जाता था चैसी. I used to hire a car or pick up some high car which would hopefully get less damaged. But it continued for nearly 20 years like that. Of course, that has not been solved after Gati-Shakti. That got resolved after Devendra Fadnavis became the Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
That's right.
And he addressed that issue. But these are the type of things which last mile for years used to get ignored. Sometimes I think they were deliberately being ignored. There was a vested interest in not giving good infrastructure to the people of India.
Mr. Minister, there is another issue which comes up, and probably Gati Shakti is looking at it. Maybe you can enlighten us on that, which is, for everything that you do, there is a role of finance. Is Gati Shakti, how is Gati Shakti looking at making sure that the finance mechanism for implementing a project is as smooth as the process of implementing it is being made through Gati Shakti?
Mr. Bhattacharya, it's a whole of the government approach. So right now, finance is as much an integrated part of the Gati Shakti planning process. So as, let's say, a roadway or a highway project is being planned, simultaneously it helps you to give you your cost estimates. And now your cost estimates are better because you know you won't have unforeseen circumstances coming along the way. So finance can plan its resources better, and therefore you know exactly how many projects to take forward. You won't be stuck for finance halfway through the project. As you finalize a project and its timeline, finance literally starts planning for 5 years of budget in advance. Similarly, in the last 2 budgets, you might have observed, the Honorable Prime Minister and Finance Minister were gracious enough to give additional funding for projects of last mile nature or critical projects which can kind of really help the economy go faster. To finance such projects, they added, I think, 50,000 crores first and then 1 lakh crore. 75,000 crores this year as a special outlay.
Okay.
Only for such last mile connectivity projects like our JNPT,
That's right.
which I just spoke about. Such last mile projects which could connect maybe a coal mine to a railway line with an extension so that the siding could go right up to the coal mine.
That's right.
Or a port being connected with a railway or highway, having a small portion which is remaining. These type of projects, we are giving 75,000 crores to the state governments to help speed up such projects so that people of India can start getting the benefit of that. Railways has taken up many such small last mile connectivity projects, which is doing wonders to the country.
There are 2 challenges that a lot of people, analysts raise, which is that sustainability of infrastructure projects from a climate change point of view. And the second area of concern is whether the land acquisition policy and labor reform policies, are they coming in the way of Gati Shakti? How have the Gati Shakti initiative overcome these 2 kinds of challenges, sustainability and policy reform?
While if you try to do a direct connectivity,
sure,
you may not find a direct connectivity to sustainability or policy reform. But very obviously, and I'm sure all our friends in the room or your readers in the papers will be able to very easily visualize how there is a direct correlation. Now let's take an example of a road like we discussed, where a road was built and 6 months later was broken for putting an optic fiber, or 2 years later was broken to put a drain. Now outside our home, if that road gets broken or outside our office, there'll be traffic jams.
Absolutely.
That is going to impact pollution level or it will not. When that road is being broken up, there'll be dust. तोड़ते वक्त भी डस्ट होगा. जब सीमेंट आके नया रोड बनेगा या एस्फाल्टिंग होगा तब वापस पोल्यूशन होगा. That has an impact. If a railway line takes 50 years to make and is still incomplete, for 50 years it will contribute to pollution. But if it was done in 5 years, very quickly it will be done and dusted, if I may use a term to highlight why it will help the climate or sustainability. Right. Similarly, if a railway line takes 50 years, people cannot benefit from that for 50 years. So, For 45 years additional, they'll use cars or trucks or buses instead of railway. We all know railways is a far more climate friendly mode of transport.
Absolutely.
Now, because of that happening in time in 5 years, for 45 years, less buses will ply, less cars will ply, less trucks will ply. Isn't that a contribution to climate
So that's
change?
a win-win, you are saying.
In every respect, I can give you 5,000 examples till the next 1 week. आप मुझे दिन रात बिठा लो, मैं आपको example पे example देते रहूँ.
That's right.
Similarly on policy change.
Yeah.
Now, land acquisition we thought will be a big problem, and you remember we brought some law to amend it.
Which we could not.
We could not pass, we withdrew it.
Yeah.
But Prime Minister Modi never gives up. He never believes that चलो हम fail हो गए तो अब infrastructure projects गए नाली में. Now infrastructure projects have no future. The law as it was brought in at that time had not carved out anything for the infrastructure projects. So all projects were one by one getting stuck. So Prime Minister Modi did not cry over spilt milk. I could not pass the law. Now I'll keep giving an example. कि आपने देखो पास नहीं किया law तो मेरे सब projects delayed है. We are not that type of government which says 100 rupees I send, 85 rupees goes into corruption and middlemen. Only 15 rupees will reach the beneficiary. But I can't do anything about it. We are not helpless government. We brought Jan Dhan, we brought Aadhaar, we brought mobile, we brought JAM, we brought direct benefit transfers, zero corruption, 30 lakh crores into the beneficiaries' hand.
That's right.
As a chartered accountant, I can tell you, in that Congress regime of the 80s, and thereafter, before or after also, if they had to send 30 lakh crores, and I'm sure any of you here can do the maths very easily, you would need 200 lakh crores in your bank, in the government treasury, because 15% would have reached the beneficiary. We have the confidence that 30 lakh crore has reached the beneficiary's bank account. और वो 200 लाख करोड़ कहाँ से आता सर? आपके ऊपर ही टैक्स थोपना पड़ता, या फिस्कल डेफिसिट बना के एक बनाना रिपब्लिक बना दिया होता भारत को. Would you agree with me on that?
No, sure.
And maths is not wrong ना. 200 लाख करोड़ से 15% is 30 lakh crores. तो I can jolly well tell you that या तो 30 लाख करोड़ पहुंचता ही नहीं लोगों के पास, 5 लाख करोड़ पहुंचता, 4.5 लाख करोड़ पहुंचता. और अगर 30 लाख करोड़ पहुंचाना होता, क्योंकि आपने कहा कि वेलफेयर स्टेट का फाउंडेशन, पर वेलफेयर स्टेट विद ऑनेस्टी का जो स्वाद है वो हमने देश को दिया है.
That's right.
नहीं तो 200 लाख करोड़ लेने के लिए आज तक तो आप सब टैक्स पेयर्स या तो आई थिंक टूट गए होते, या आप भी बेनिफिशियरी के लाइन में खड़े हो गए होते with the kind of taxes that would be required to give 30 lakh crores. So what Prime Minister does is he brought Gati-Shakti. Now even if land laws are difficult, we plan infrastructure in such a way that it doesn't know land which is very highly productive, high farming, or which has other alternate uses, or a forest land and all, doesn't come in the way of these projects.
So it obviated the need for...
Exactly, we do it smarter. Railway, we make a hotel right over the railway station itself, where we needed it in Gandhinagar. So that land acquisition का चक्कर ही नहीं हो, railway line के ऊपर ही पूरा hotel बना दिया, which will feed into Mahatma Mandir over there, which is a big convention center. Now we are planning at several places, rail on rail, like we have a road on road or highways. So it's in Bengaluru, when we started planning the suburban railway expansion, originally we needed some huge amount of land. Can you imagine in Bengaluru land acquisition happening to expand the suburban network? It was not possible. So we finally have made such a beautiful plan for the Bengaluru suburban railway, and work is now starting, I think, or started, by which the land acquisition was brought down to barely 5%, with a network of railway lines coming up on the existing available land, or with rail on rail and other innovative measures. So that's the Modi way of policy reform, smarter, more efficient, and giving you not one benefit, what we had originally envisaged in the 14-15 land acquisition amendment,
Yeah.
but multifarious benefits.
Mr. Minister, I didn't realize that we have been talking for almost 45 minutes, so it has been such an engaging discussion. And just for your information, the Minister has very kindly agreed to take 2 questions.
No, 2 is a limitation. You asked me 2 questions, so I said 2. But anyway, it's getting very late. Nee, audience ko aisa nahi lage. I'm scared to take more than 2 questions.
No, not at all, So I suggest 2, and he agreed to it. So absolutely, I think you are a chartered accountant to the core, You don't want a wrong statement to be made in the accounts.
I'll give you a small aside before the 2 questions come in. In 9 years, you start thinking like a bureaucrat also. I've been trained now. And I'll give you an example. When I was developing the Saubhagya Yojana, that time I was Power Minister, that is the power for all. Of course, earlier governments promised power for all for the last, donkey's years. Modi ji promised it in 17, delivered by 19, 2 years. And 3.5 crore families who didn't have power ever since, for generations, got a free power connection in their home. Barely 2.5 years. And everybody got it. और वो भी बिना भेदभाव. उसमें भी कहानी है मुरादाबाद में कैसे होता था. समाजवादी पार्टी अखिलेश यादव की सरकार के टाइम. And I have demonstrated data. You can check it. Do an RTI and get it from Power Ministry. 4 घर को बिजली मिलेगी, फिर 2 घर को नहीं मिलेगी, फिर 3 को मिलेगी, फिर 5 को नहीं मिलेगी. क्योंकि सरनेम ऐसा था कि वो सरनेम को ही मिलेगी, बाकी को नहीं मिलेगी. ऐसा चलता था काम. And उसके ऊपर एक्शन लिया गया है, both on the contractor and on the officials. But anyway, what I was trying to tell you was slightly different. How we get trained to think like a bureaucrat. When I was designing that, and I keep reading my cabinet notes again and again, कि कुछ गलती ना रह जाए. हम power for all, we will provide a free power connection to everybody. हर बार वो cabinet note में आता था, मैं भी पढ़ता था, सब अधिकारी, it was approved. It was going through various levels. Just before I sent it to the cabinet secretary, I think that change happened after interministerial consultation. It struck me. You remember one, I won't take a name, but a senior journalist in Madison Square going and shoving a mic into everybody's mouth. कि बड़ी तकलीफ हुई होगी आने में, बहुत यहाँ पे harassment है, बहुत भीड़ है. He tried his level best to get some criticism of that Madison Square program of the Prime Minister in New York. Do you remember that program? And you must have seen on television a journalist desperate to get somebody to criticize that program. Sadly, he didn't. But I knew if I said everybody's house will be illuminated, I said, ये तो जाके 2 घर निकाल लेगा किधर boondocks में जाके और बोलेगा देखो ये 2 घर में नहीं है बिजली. Minister has failed in his duty. Modi has failed in his duty. And he did that afterwards. They would find some 1 or 2 toilets where somebody was not using it as a toilet. अब हमने 12 crore toilet दिए गरीबों के घर में. हमने dignity दी हमारी माता बहनों को कि किसको कभी खेत में ना जाना पड़े. माता बहनें क्या, हमारी पुरुषों की भी dignity थी उसमें. सभी देशवासियों की dignity थी. पर वो ढूंढते हैं 2-4 टॉयलेट और बोलेंगे कि देखो टॉयलेट में टॉयलेट नहीं चल रहा है, उधर कुछ सामान रखा हुआ है. या ढूंढेंगे 2 घर जिसको कुकिंग गैस कनेक्शन फ्री में मिला. आखिर 10-12 करोड़ को दिया कुकिंग गैस कनेक्शन फ्री में. अब कुछ घर में नहीं यूज हो रहा है तो उसका मतलब प्रोग्राम नहीं फेल हुआ. मुझे लेकिन वो लगा कि जरूर क्रिटिसिज्म शुरू होगा. तो आई चेंज द कैबिनेट नोट. वी गारंटी फ्री पावर कनेक्शन टू एवरी विलिंग कंज्यूमर. भाई अप्लाई तो करना पड़ेगा, बिल तो पे करना पड़ेगा तो ही कनेक्शन मिलेगा. नहीं तो हम ठोस तो नहीं सकते ना जबरदस्ती किसी के घर में. वो बोले मुझे पावर कनेक्शन नहीं चाहिए, आई कांट से कि मैं जबरदस्ती तुम्हारे घर में पावर कनेक्शन लगाऊं. तो देखो ऐसे हमको सरकार में आप लोगों से कितना डर लगता है कि आपकी AK-47 राइफल बुलेट आ जाएगी.
No such fears from us. 2 questions. Sorry. Yeah, please go ahead. Identify yourself. Get a mic for the gentleman.
I hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. What is this?
Just on a lighter note.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Honorable Minister. My question is with respect to Gati-Shakti scheme only. Right now, sorry I didn't give my background. My name is Shivam Pant. I'm a logistics consultant working with Alvarez and Marshall. Right now, sir, we have a logistics cost as percent of GDP around 12 to 13%. Do we have any tunnel vision in terms of bringing that down with the help of Gati-Shakti in terms of what the best in class is across the countries like say US or Europe around 8 to 9%?
First of all, gentlemen, I don't want to get down into the maths of it, but I'll just give you a data point for you to think of and for you and your journalists to research and understand better. This 12-13% or 8-9% and all of these are some estimates or some study done somewhere, which I have tried to understand and I find no head or tail of it. It's a pretty generalized kind of a study, point one. Point two, bear in mind, the logistics cost depends on the article. Abhi, Bharat is still a developing nation. We still are exporting raw materials, intermediate products. So we have $50 billion of agri and agri-based exports, including fish, right? Now, these are low-cost items, but high volume or high weight. So the logistics cost as a percentage of my sale value is bound to be high. But when we export gem and jewelry or diamonds, the logistics cost will be 0.05% or 0.1% or something. So it's all relevant to the type of product mix or goods that you are exporting. Services in today's day and age, if IT services will be zero logistics cost. Right? So it's relevant to what you're doing. If Switzerland makes high quality CNC machines or high quality watches which they sell for thousands of dollars, obviously as a percentage of their product that they are exporting or manufacturing, the logistics cost will be small. So you have to see it in that context. Whether 8 or 9 is relevant, 10 or 12. Personally, I think India's logistics cost relevant to the products that we are making is still very competitive. Right? Some silly people drive in a truck in America, and that is publicized by all our dear friends from the media like a great virtue, and have a conversation with that truck driver and say, Acha, you're getting $30,000 salary, but my drivers in India get only 30,000 rupees. I think that's a very ridiculous conversation. Obviously in America, with the salary and wage levels being what they are, it'll be benchmarked to the level of prosperity and salary levels there.
Absolutely.
And there's a purchasing power parity also. So it's so sad that nobody ever goes into the detail.
There's also per capita income there.
And many other things. You have to assess it in the holistic context. Right? Pardon me for saying so, but journalists also before reporting should address this and ask the question with the report. But then the logic makes no sense. कि तुम एक दिन भर एक ट्रक ड्राइवर के साथ इंटरव्यू दिखा रहे हो और कोशिश कर रहे हो भारत में लोगों को उत्तेजित करने की कि अरे वहाँ $30,000 मिलते हैं, यहाँ तो $1,000 या $500 मिलते हैं. वो तो अपने अपने देश की परिस्थिति के हिसाब से ही होगा ना. So just I mean that was on an aside, but at the same time, what is Gati-Shakti? What is United Logistics platform? All of these are ways to reduce the cost, whatever it is today, to reduce it further, to make our goods and services more cost competitive and be able to serve not only our exports, but the people of India. By the way, I'm also Consumer Affairs Minister. I'm responsible to 140 crore consumers. तो हर एक के लिए जो goods और services जाते हैं, उसमें भी logistics cost जितना घट सकते हैं हमें घटाना है. Why do you think we are investing what 3 lakh crores into railway infrastructure this year, or maybe more than 3 lakh crores this year? Our investment in railway infrastructure compared to 2014 when we came in is about 8 times. it has increased 700% to become 8x. That is the level of our commitment to reduce logistics costs, recognizing that railways is cheaper than road transport.
Please identify yourself and get a mic.
Oh, so I'm Sumit. This is the second question I'm asking for the day, and I beg your pardon. But
why do you beg your pardon?
Please be brief and
yeah. So I'm Sumit. I'm a director at the Center for Computational and Economics. My question is simple. What is the opportunity for enactment of a competition policy for the Indian government from the point of infrastructure and Gati-Shakti? Because to the best of my knowledge, and I'll be happy to be corrected on it, we got a national draft competition policy back in 2011 and 12, but it is yet to see the light of day. So would Gati-Shakti would be a good opportunity to propel that discussion?
Well, I think we have a very robust mechanism through the Competition Commission of India.
That's right.
To ensure that nobody has a monopoly on any product. Of course, wherever there is a monopolistic tendency, we also have the ability to allow imports to come in and compete. We can't force, for example, I'll give you an example. Suppose there's a product that is made only by one company in India. I can give you a specific case in point of VSF. VSF goes into the textile industry, which is another of my responsibility. Now, there's only one company which manufactures in India. So what do? Suppose I pass a competition law and I say now, what do I close down that company which makes VSF? It can't be done.
That's right.
So I think these are things that come out of good practices and honest government. So while at the same time I cannot allow China to keep dumping material and kill the one company that is making VSF in India. So we have to balance everybody's interests.
That's right.
What do we do in Modi government? We get all the stakeholders in one room. Starting from the raw material, which is even before VSF. The raw material which feeds into VSF. Right up to our exporter or the garment manufacturer. We get the whole chain to sit on a table. We get them to understand each other's woes and problems. Because if I protect the domestic industry too much, then the rest of the value chain will suffer. Jobs will be lost in the whole value chain. I lose jobs in apparel, which is the highest job creator. But if I do not protect domestic industry, while I lose jobs and economic activity, I become hostage to foreign suppliers. And tomorrow they can charge an arm and a leg. They can do predatory pricing, kill Indian industry, which China did post 2004, because of which Chinese imports had a runaway increase, almost 33 times. 3,300% was our imports in 14 when we came into government compared to the imports in 2004. Which is why we often wonder what is that secret MOU that was signed by the then ruling party and the Chinese government or Communist Party. It's a matter which we are all asking with a big question mark. But it caused the country so much distress that half our domestic industries was shut down and we became totally dependent on imports. So we have to balance all these interests. We talk to industry, we protect domestic industry, but we also ensure imports can come in, but at a fair parity price. So both survive. To ensure competition and no monopoly. And that's what Competition Commission of India's job is. I don't know whether India needs more laws or we need more honest implementation of adequate laws that are there in India. We don't believe that necessarily more laws are the solution to everything. There will be some laws like data protection. It's a new subject. It needed a law. We brought in a law after wide consultation.
That's right. Any other question? I think this should be the last question. Please go ahead and identify yourself and be brief to the point.
So on a statistical basis, will be 150% question hour.
Yeah, correct.
3 out of instead of 2.
Absolutely, yeah. 1 quarter, you know.
Please go ahead, beta.
Yeah.
Why doesn't one of the startups find us a better mic system? Imagine हम 70-75 साल से यही लेके घूम रहे हैं और अभी तक किसी ने एक ऐसा efficient mic system नहीं develop किया है.
Yeah.
Neither in India nor anywhere in the world. ये
That's
India
true.
नहीं है, पूरी
I
दुनिया
agree,
में problem है.
I agree. This is the
Some of the youngsters in the room or engineers in the room,
think about it.
food for thought.
Greetings, sir.
अरे हमारे नौजवानों की तो आवाज बुलंद है यार, बिना माइक के पूछ तो हमको ध्यान में आ जाएगा.
Why don't you come forward?
University of LA. Delhi.
Okay.
So that everybody can hear.
Yeah.
I didn't get your question easily.
So, to draw an analogy, like even moon has dark spots and every coin has two sides, right? So, undoubtedly, Gati Shakti is a catalyst in boosting India's economy. But I would like you to comment, like, what are the darker side of this policy, or the cons or the disadvantages, whichever word you may deem fit?
Well, if we misuse that data, and that is true about all data, then there can always be a dark side. So if this data is leaked out by somebody and it goes into the hands of, let's say, wrong elements, it can be misused by anti-India elements or anti-social elements. So, which is why we have strong firewalls, we have cyber audit, we have, I think the databases go through an audit almost on a daily basis. Every day we are checking to make sure there's no corruption in the data. The data is not getting corrupted, data is not being tampered with, there's no cyber attack. So we have to take care of those things. But otherwise, this data is a very powerful tool for planning. Now we are converting it into a powerful tool for implementation. So we have a very strong project monitoring group in the government of India, which Prime Minister Modi has taken to the next level, including PM Modi himself on the last Wednesday of every month, picking up critical projects which are stuck anywhere.
Prayas.
Pragati.
Sorry.
Pragati. Fixed time every Wednesday, last Wednesday. He interacts with all the state chief secretaries and all the department secretaries to resolve in real time critical projects, difficult problems. So we have taken project management very, very seriously. And Gati Shakti is now becoming an integral mechanism by which implementation can also be done smarter. So lots of positives. The negatives are more if we make it prone to misuse, or we allow the data to get leaked out or corrupted. But we are taking huge effort and precautions to ensure that the dark side never comes out. Thank you. But good question. Good to see a young, enthusiastic student from Delhi University. You'll do well in life, my friend. God bless you.
Yeah. I think, Mr. Minister, once again, I must thank you for bearing with us and answering this question with so much, commitment, detail, and it's difficult. There's so many takeaways. It's difficult to sum them up in this brief response of mine. But what I can see is that Gati Shakti is one instrument that will not only be transformational, but also inclusive in its approach. And I would actually end on the note that you sounded, that hopeful note of nobody will be
misusing that data, and we will be looking forward to better days. With these, we come to the end, and I will hand it over to
Thank you for the opportunity, and grateful to Business Standard for picking up this subject, because the people of India need to know about the good things that are happening, and that will encourage and motivate young India to do even better. So thank you, grateful to Business Standard, and please keep up the good work.
Okay. Many thanks to Mr. Goel. Many thanks, Mr. Goel, for your enlightening forthright views on how transformational initiatives like Gati-Shakti will add to India's development journey. We are very grateful that you could spare time from a very busy schedule. And I know there's G20, B20, the 2 trade delegations in the country, but yet you could be here and address this audience. And thousands who are watching this program live on Business Standard website. May I now invite Mr. Bhattacharya to just present a small memento as a token of appreciation to you. Please.
I'll do it for the photograph, but he can take it back. Maybe I give it to her.
I can take what is there, sir?
Oh, this is what is this?
What is this?
Whatever it is, madam, I give this to you.
No, please, sir.
I don't accept it.
But it is.
No, that's okay. We can appreciate it.
I'll take this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, many thanks, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Why not with the newspaper one like this?
Why not?
How does this?
Totally up to you.